Now, I was rooting for them to win, but I wasn't watching because I don't watch soccer.
Right.
It's just not something I do.
Right.
But I was, let's hope that they win. They didn't, and now the nation can stop pretending that they care about soccer, or even, quite frankly, that they know what a soccer ball looks like, because nobody in this country actually cares about this.
Well,
MLS is growing. Well, I've heard that for about 20 years, and it still sucks, and it's still not that popular in the United States. So that's it. We can get rid of it. We can stop pretending. We can stop the facade. Oh, well, the United States got their best striker. You wouldn't know what a striker is if it struck you in the face. Okay, so we can stop. We can stop pretending. Stop the game about how apparently you're a soccer fan. You're not. We all
Every
you want to fit in. It's a trend. It's
every little kid. When your kids are little, I just think of it as a kid's sport.
It is. It's a sport to
my boys,
tire your boys out,
until
right?
fourth grade.
So they take a nap.
When
easily.
they can play real football.
Exactly.
When I was that age, I played football. I played real tackle, contact football.
Right.
Same here.
Starting when? Fourth or fifth grade. But until then.
No, I was no. I played that in kindergarten.
First, yeah.
Heck with that.
Yeah.
At school?
Yeah. That was before.
Township.
Oh, yeah. No, not at school. At
okay.
a town conference league. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, rec league. Explains why I have CTE probably. I took too many headshots early on. That's the reason why I can't work out the run versus ran thing. There's something in my brain.
I love your orange
damaged.
jacket today, by the way.
Oh, yes.
You got the
Thank
orange.
you, darling.
That's the Flyers orange on there. It is. Right?
Flyers orange.
What are you talking about? It's purple.
I was going to say, is that salmon? Is that a salmon?
That's what I said.
No, it's coral. According to you called it coral.
Coral.
Yeah, it's coral. I agree.
It's a coral.
Yeah, no, that's not Flyers orange.
No, but she did say, Dawn did say it was Flyers orange.
Yeah,
I think it was pretty funny.
Well, here's the thing. When you think
I'll never let her live it down.
I know. But here's the thing. Speaking of the Flyers or real football, can you imagine if somebody in the Flyers or like anybody in hockey or American football had an injury to the level they have last night and they're like gripping their ankle?
Mm-hmm.
They would get laughed. They would get laughed at.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Oh, hockey. You've had people on a hockey team die, like quite literally die on the bench. There was a guy in the Dallas Stars that had like a heart attack or something, and he went into he died, and then they brought him back.
I remember
and
that.
He was like, "I'm ready to go back in."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you just died, bro. You're not going anywhere. What are you talking about?
All right,
Hockey
we have
players are a rare breed.
ton to get to on the show today. Big take on how the right was right yet again when we said that Joe Biden and open borders had a big hand in the accelerated cost of real estate and the dream of owning a home in America going up like 30%. Remember when we said that it was in large part because of illegal aliens? Well, now we actually have verified data that confirms that. We'll get to that. Also, we didn't do this yesterday, and I wanted to. The Patriot Front returns. Oh, we're going to expose that stupid narrative from the legacy media.
Those people.
And then, boy, do we have to dive into Graham Plattner. Oh, do we have to dive into Graham Plattner? And we will do that after the big
He is the
take.
walrus,
Yes. It's not like the warning signs were on the wall, but, you know, the Democrats, they propped him up until they could no longer prop him up. And then they replace him. So we'll get to that.
And so what's to watch here, and it's sad and disgusting what happened and what was revealed last night, and it's all on the cut sheet and the woman speaking out.
Right.
But ultimately, she's getting played like a prop, and it's all because of this July 13th deadline, which is really sickening.
1 week to go, right? The old switcheroo.
Think about all of it. It's disgusting.
Well, Democrats love to make a switcheroo in the month of July. Just saying. Just go back 2 years ago. All right. Let's get to the news. Round number one at 6:07, the great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Tuesday morning. Here we are, July the 7th. We're looking at 69 beautiful, fabulous degrees. We never thought that 69 degrees this time of morning with a little bit of cloud cover and a little bit of scattered showers would feel so good. Very foggy in Center City, Philadelphia. The heat wave is officially over, thank goodness, after all of the hot weather. So we have that going for us, which is nice. And as well, the Pico strike is officially over. So late last night, after they were all out here yesterday, and some of you were stuck in traffic on Market Street, but they have struck a deal in that historic strike that only lasted a few days. But PECO declaring victory with their the union workers, I should say, the union employees declaring victory, saying that, yes, the strike is over. IBEW Local 614, representing 1,600 linemen, gas workers, support staff, reaching what they're calling a tentative agreement last night, finally, in ending the utilities' first ever strike. Landmark contract securing, they say, cash balance pension plans, full retirement medical coverage, significant wage hikes.
Do we know the
for
percentage?
Their members.
Do we know the raise?
So it's the
There was
field.
a Pico de Gallo strike in Philly. What's wrong with Pico de Gallo?
Pico de Gallo. I love.
I drove
22% raise.
What? 22%?
For field employees, for the guys and gals out in the
Hey,
field,
good
mostly
work by
guys.
them.
Nice job, Pico de Gallo.
16% hike over the 5-year term.
Okay.
For the care center employees. But for those who are, let's say this weekend, you thought you had 4th of July weekend off until, all heck breaks loose and we have a storm, and then you're out in the middle of the night trudging through, high waters, etc.
Trudging.
Trudging.
Great word.
Trudging.
22% and then 16% over the course of a 5-year stretch?
For the care center employees,
Okay.
who are the ones probably in the building across the street from us.
Okay. I drove by it yesterday as I was leaving. It was pretty simple. They were out of the street. They were on the sidewalk. They had their signs. They were, as I drove by, because it was one lane. Yeah. So it was like, okay, here I come through the light. They see me. They start pumping their fist. I toot my horn. I pump my fist because I don't want any trouble. And look, you know what they didn't do? They didn't riot. They didn't burn anything down.
No, sir.
They didn't block the road?
They didn't have masks on.
Wow.
It was well organized, perhaps even funded. But yeah, an actual First Amendment protest that was well within the, limitations of free speech.
They said they got everything they wanted.
16. Well,
you don't hear that too often.
16%. I'm taking notes here, Dawn. 16 and 22%. Are you taking notes?
I got to work for Pico de Gallo too. Let me make this work here.
Pico, I will say this about IBW Local 614. They are just good. And here's the thing.
Not them. I'm talking about they're probably great, but I'm talking about you put a little Pico de Gallo on
all right, sombrero, Sean. PECO. Pennsylvania Electric.
Right.
What does it stand for, Dawn?
Sounds the same.
Pennsylvania Electric Company. What's the O mean? Organization? I don't know.
Company.
It's company. It's you are so happy to see. Usually it's some big strong guys, and when your power's out for a day or whatever and they show up, you're so happy to see them.
Yeah.
So I think they have a lot of goodwill in the city of Philadelphia. I actually think that.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think they had a lot of support.
Sure.
Because you're so happy to see that guy.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, thank God. Thanks for getting here.
It also helped too yesterday that as they were protesting, it was pouring. So I think it made it easier for us to get through. Maybe the crowd would have been bigger with protests if the weather was more optimal. Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
Camden, I'll take you to South Jersey. While we were on the air here in Kayal and Company yesterday morning, wow, South Jersey especially really hit with that flash flooding, and we had the alerts going on, but I don't remember seeing it this bad in Camden County. They're reporting, the first responders saying at least 50 vehicles were stranded by these fast, quick rising floodwaters. We talked about it. 4 inches of rain an hour. That's what we were getting with the heavy rain. So that rainfall really swept through the area, and those floodwaters covered, for example, Market Street not on the Philadelphia side where we are, but obviously Market Street outside the Victor building. The Ghostbusters building, if you will, at the height of the storm, and it was up, waist high.
Yeah, and 76 eastbound.
You saw what happened at that. You saw that at that BJ's, right? Do you see the video of that?
Yes.
Oh, with the ceiling.
Chris Christie was on the roof. Chris Christie was up on the roof.
He was looking for croissants.
Sean, it's a sin.
Free donuts on the roof. That's the first thing I thought. I said, "Oh, my God. Christie's back. Here it is. Look at this."
Phil's showing it. Look at
and
this.
You don't see him. But you see what happens. Look
at this.
That's what happens when Chris Christie. Now, nobody was hurt, apparently.
Yeah, thank God.
Wow.
Look at that.
Look at this.
Look at that.
Never allow Chris Christie on the roof.
Right.
That's lesson number one.
Right. Or Stacey Abrams. Or both.
Yikes.
Or Stacey Abrams or Jiggly Belly Pritzker. Right?
In all seriousness, no. So we don't have word of any injuries, but that was the BJ's Wholesale Club, that was Ocean Township, and that was Monmouth County, partially collapsing. Phil Holmquist just saw it. If you're watching us live on YouTube, it happened during intense
Looked like the Jets
localized
defense in the
flash.
fourth quarter.
Oh, but I'm bummed. But thank God nobody injured, and obviously it's under investigation, other than just the heavy rain, but. For a roof to collapse at a major center like that. So obviously
Graham Plattner's campaign right there.
The dam broke.
Amen. Hey, we have a shocking new development. This in the case of a teen football player who collapsed during a workout with his team here in Pennsylvania, Bucknell University. It happened 2 years ago this week. Freshman Calvin, known as CJ Dickey Jr., he was just 18 years young. He died 2 days after being rushed to the hospital after collapsing. CJ's grieving parents then sued Bucknell. And you may recall the story. We had talked about it at the time. Well, now one of CJ's former coaches is charged, serious charges with involuntary manslaughter and felony aggravated hazing in CJ's death.
Jeez.
So this is the latest this is Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday making the big announcement yesterday, criminal charges against ex-Bucknell University strength and conditioning coach, ID'd by the AG's office as Mark Kolbus. The AG accuses the former coach of all of this. Here's what the AG says, that the former coach allegedly forced Dickey and other players to do 100 up-downs and body plank drills, quote, in spite of training and direction from other coaches that such exercises were not appropriate or safe for use as part of the training. Attorney General saying that Dickey was, quote, visibly struggling. This is this 18-year-old CJ visibly struggling, but the coach did not summon help until the 18-year-old passed out, collapsed.
Well, was there like a heat wave that was going on? Did they prevent him from getting water? I mean, it's not 1970 anymore where you take these guys down to the South and beat them to a bloody pulp to get them tough for football season. But blaming the coach on up-downs? I mean, Bucknell, by the way, is in Lewisburg, PA, I believe. So I can't imagine that we were at a weather advisory where do we know when did he die? Was it summer camp?
Yes, it was his first workout with the team, or the first week of workouts with the team.
Okay.
So here's the complicating factor to all of this. So that Dave Sunday, the AG, addressed. He said the facts show this was, quote, an intentional, deliberate hazing perpetuated by a coach who knew CJ's, quote, health condition, sickle cell, making him vulnerable to extreme workouts.
Okay.
The facts show this defendant received information about CJ's health condition, along with training about NCAA anti-hazing standards, and disregarded that information. This is an extraordinary tragedy worsened by the fact that CJ's death was indeed preventable.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you have an identified issue and the whole coaching staff has been alerted by the team physician, then yeah, charge them. Sure.
So Dickey's parents sued Bucknell last year. We reported that. But everybody reported it as, a tragic situation. This adds something different. The fact that you have a felony aggravated situation, charge against a coach, very unusual, as you've noted. And Nick, obviously you played football, so this is, a very rare, unheard of situation.
Sure. I've never heard of a coach charged with hazing.
And in this one, the Dickey family, CJ's family, speaking out, saying they're grateful to the Attorney General's office and those investigators, grateful that criminal charges have been filed in connection with their son's preventable death. And they said it was meaningful to them to hold a coach criminally, accountable. Mm-hmm. The civil case against Bucknell is still continuing on. Yeah. As far as the former coach, he turned himself in yesterday, was arraigned in court on these charges that I talked about. His attorney indicating he is fighting these charges, quote, vigorously. His bail set at $10,000. Preliminary hearing scheduled for July 28th of this month. So the defense attorney for the coach speaking out saying this was a tragic death, but that the coach is not responsible.
Yeah, I think the coach is going to lose this case, but that's just me.
So by all accounts, just a tragedy. I can't even imagine what the parents, have gone through.
Right.
Speaking of which, there's a South Jersey community coming together after the drowning of a 3-year-old little boy, Elijah. They called him Eli Stephen, rushed CHOP after his dad found him floating in the backyard pool and the little boy was placed on life support. And then doctors said that Eli's organs, because they had to make a tough decision here, whether to unplug, if you will, once they realized he would never be brought back. And so they said that Eli's organs will save 3 other children. His heart has already been transplanted over the 4th of July weekend. Eli's liver will save another child. His kidneys and pancreas will help a 3rd child. There's a GoFundMe. This is a heart-wrenching story. GoFundMe to support Eli's family, his mom and dad. Dad is a cop in South Jersey. Mom is a teacher, beloved in the community. So they've raised a lot of money for Eli has a twin sister, Ella, and then his 6-year-old older brother has autism.
No.
And just a real tragedy here.
Oh, my God.
The dad...
Tough story.
The dad found him. I guess they were dealing with the other kids. These things, I can tell you, we have in our family a 4-year-old who drowned in a public pool with 3 lifeguards overhead. These things can happen so quickly. And I tell you, the dad blamed himself, saying, I failed, just breaking down, that he blamed himself. He's the one who found his son with the kids in the pool. Just gosh,
and this was in a public pool or in a family pool?
This one was a family pool.
Oh, jeez.
Real tragedy here in South Jersey.
Yeah.
Gloucester County.
Okay.
So we have that one going on with a
some very uplifting news this morning, Dawn.
Sorry.
No, it's really just
put a smile on your face today.
Sorry.
Wow.
Feeling great today.
I'm sorry.
Do we have any dogs being rescued?
I would like to talk about Pico again. Let's get back to Pico de Gallo.
Let's get back to
Feeling
raises.
Good.
Yeah, new wages.
Yeah, 22%.
Justice for Charlie Kirk. Okay, so I won't even get it. I know I'm Dawny Downer this morning with all but that court
Dawny
proceeding, Dawny Downer.
Hey, Dawn goes where the news takes
The
her.
orange jacket.
Yeah.
We do have, speaking of
gotta do.
Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday on a different, remember the egg story, how expensive eggs were across the country? So 17 states, including Pennsylvania, I don't know if you guys had talked about this at all, but there is a settlement and all of the big egg producing companies, I think 5 in total, have been accused of basically colluding, and they've come up with a settlement across the country, but for allegedly price fixing. So remember when eggs were like $6 a dozen and so on and so forth. So they've admitted.
You know what never went up like that, by the way? You know what never went up? What commodity at the supermarket never went that high? Pork chops.
Pork chop price fixing.
Pork chops and
You know what? Everyone likes to crap all over. Oh, pork chop. Price never went up.
Yeah,
nice.
You know what, though? Everybody likes to crap all over Joe Biden, and rightfully so.
Okay.
But just remember, when Biden was pointing out and accusing companies of price gouging, and we all were like, oh, it's Joe's fault. There might be something to that. I think pizza companies are price gouging, not the chains. Not the chains, the local mom and pop places. The fact that you could get a large with 2 toppings delivered from Bob's Pizza and it's $34, I don't want to hear anymore that cheese is that expensive. Stop. $34 I could get 2 strip steaks for cheaper than a pizza these days. It's outrageous.
Yikes.
I want the Trump administration to investigate small pizza.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Don't say Pizzagate, because then you're going to get you're going to get a bunch of people very, very, very animated about that if you say Pizzagate, It's one of those things.
Well, I know, because that's a whole other
issue.
Story.
That's a whole other
That's a whole other thing.
That's a whole thing.
Whole thing. You don't want to know.
That's a kit and caboodle. If you know, I get along very well with that. Get along well with the kit.
Kit or
and I get along very well with the caboodle.
And
I can tell you.
And the Clintons.
Nobody knows caboodles like I do.
Trump's caboodle.
Ew. And speaking of, I know we'll get into
I
more
have the biggest caboodle in the history of the world. They said, sir, that's the biggest caboodle we've ever seen, sir.
New Jersey lawmakers passing the Fair Price Protection Act, outlawing what they call surveillance pricing and AI-driven dynamics pricing in grocery stores specifically. So Maryland has this. New Jersey now has it, heavily supported by Governor Mikey Sherrill. And they say protecting retailers from using personal data to charge different shoppers varying prices for the same food. So I know we'll get into it moving forward and probably at the big three as well. But I will tell you this. Colorado's governor actually vetoed legislation to do the same, saying this could work against consumers. So watch out, beware of these types of laws.
Okay.
But, you know, kind of along the Pizzagate kind of theme. We got that going on, which is nice. Okay, the Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union is our sponsor of news and weather. Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. So enjoy early pay and free fraud and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Do this. So smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA. As we get to Phil Almquist and Phillies news and FIFA news, all I could think about was Mater. If you love, my boys when they were young loved cars, and Mater said, "You did what in your cup?" And that's all I could think. The piston cup. I'm sorry.
You did what?
You did what in your cup? And Phil, I'm sorry. That's all I could think of last night.
I haven't heard that in years.
Wow.
That's a great point.
That's a deep cut there.
Yeah.
You did what?
Wait, so why did that happen? Because oh yeah, it is a good cut. I'm gonna have to go scout that one out. So Phil, what did you do? Now that this is the segue, because it sounds like you did something in a cup.
No.
The World Cup.
I didn't do anything
Piston?
in my cup.
Oh my God!
You did what?
Dawn, you got to be careful. You're going to pull a
FIFA?
muscle with a reach like that. I'll tell you.
PISTON.
Holy smokes!
It's a real thing.
Ouch!
You did what?
Ouch!
Your cup.
You did what in your cup?
Sorry, Phil.
No, it's all good. We will start today in baseball.
Jimmy, you want to play the music?
I know, I was like waiting for that. I was like trying to wait.
Jimmy's in a coma today.
Jimmy?
No, I'm throwing him.
All right, let's get to Phil.
Does everybody want to shut up so
Jimmy
I can
did what
play
in
it?
his-
Stop stepping over it.
Jimmy did what in his cup?
Just play it.
Let's
let's
try
get
this
to
again.
Oh, my God. What a morning. We will start today in baseball where the Phillies were dusted by Kansas City 15-1 yesterday. Christopher Sanchez only lasted 3 1/3, giving up 12 hits and 9 runs, a career worst. The Royals actually
thought he was
scored in
good.
every inning.
Did they score? Yeah, I had it on in the afternoon when I was writing the big take as background noise, and Olivia was watching it. They've really cooled off. And I expected they would, right? All the digging they had to do after starting out 9-19.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah, I think they need the All-Star break. I think they're a little fatigued.
They started off, by the way, 1-2 because the Texas Rangers took 2 out of 3.
Of course,
That's
Texas
right.
Rangers.
That's right. So far this morning, Ferris has given us a Jets reference that nobody cares about, a Rangers reference that
Which
nobody cares about,
about.
and thinks pico is actually the stuff you put on a taco.
It is. Listen, none of these. Look, by the way, nothing that I've said. You can fact check it. Nothing that I said is inaccurate.
That is correct.
That's
100%
true.
accuracy
That's
rate.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right.
sharp as a tack.
Also of note in that game, Schwarb was actually thrown out of the game on a check swing strike 3 call. I'm going to play it right now.
Yep. He must have said something.
Check swing. He went. Schwarber is not happy with
He
that
is
appeal,
not
and
happy
it's a
with this.
strikeout.
There's his
10-1.
hand.
And they're going to replay it again.
Alan Porter just threw Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, Alan Porter's a dick, by the way. He's like the new Angel Hernandez.
It was a check swing. If
Yeah.
you watch that,
Well, watch the hand here.
Unless he
he didn't even go.
No. Watch Schwarber's hand, like being flippant about it. See?
Oh, I'm aware of that, but I'm just saying in terms of the actual swing itself.
It's not like he
It's 'cause he showed him up.
Yeah, obviously he showed him up by waving
Yep.
him off, but there's
Yep.
nothing. It's not like he sat there and
Yeah.
said anything.
Schwarber, Schwarber's looking good. Yeah, he's not like fat anymore.
Yeah.
He's like fitting.
It was actually his first
How about him?
ejection since 2022.
Yeah, these umpires that don't want to be showed up by a player. It's like, dude, nobody paid $85 for a ticket to see the umpire.
Correct.
Just go unnoticed, Holmes.
Actually, speaking of Schwarber, as we continue, he's still deciding if he's going to compete in the home run derby. You want him in the home run derby, Nick?
No, because it typically, I feel like it screws up your swing if you're having a great year.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
It does. Yeah.
Yep.
It does.
Moving on to soccer, Belgium did beat the U.S. 4-1. They will next face Spain after beating Portugal 1-0 to advance to their first quarterfinal round since 2010. So the U.S. is out.
I will say this again. I love the mock soccer fans, Sean. I know you do as well. And we say nobody cares, but I have this ratings. So World Cup, according to
fake ratings, by the way,
fake numbers. World Cup
ratings.
delivers huge.
They're running it in airports. They're running it in gyms. They're running it in because they need to.
Well, Fox, Peacock, and Telemundo. This is the highest rated World Cup in. Let me find
You're
the
welcome,
year.
by the way.
Yeah. Trump's going to take credit for it.
He should, because
I brought you the ratings.
Right.
I brought you the ratings.
the fact that President Trump.
I made a phone call.
That's right.
I threatened to bomb FIFA, and and now people are watching. Think about it.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, ratings follow.
The final number for the Fox Sports English telecast alone was 26.4 million viewers, plus another 10 million streaming on Peacock.
Poor bastards.
These numbers are like the equivalent of some NFL games. I got to walk back the nobody cares.
Yeah.
Now, how much of that is America? I think the numbers will plummet here now that we're stuck with a bunch of other countries, not including us.
Well, the thing is, Fox didn't. So we turned on Telemundo because we couldn't. They had the pregame, and we couldn't find anything in English.
Really?
And so they
not even Fox 29.
They didn't have it right away. They had it right at the top of the hour, but they didn't have. So Telemundo was doing all this pre-show stuff, and then we tried to put like the closed captioning to try to understand because it's all in Spanish.
Right.
And I'm like, Michael, because they took Spanish all in Catholic school. I'm like, we got, Marco Rubio very well might be president. We got to learn Spanish over here. Come on. You know what I mean? Like, and they're all these beautiful people, and they were fantastic broadcasters. They were, but we didn't understand them.
Mm-hmm.
Telemundo should do a thing where we couldn't make it because it's live, so that you could see it in English.
So you're saying on Fox 29, you did not get pregame show coverage in English?
We did not.
That's weird.
We did. So we put on Telemundo.
Okay.
It is really
I have YouTube TV. It was fine for me.
Before 8:00.
Yeah, I put it on around 7:52 or something, and I turned it off by like 8:22. But yeah, no, it was.
YouTube TV is the way to go. By the way,
That's why we have YouTube TV.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But we didn't have it until maybe right before.
You sure you didn't accidentally hit the
It was
SAP
Michael.
button? Michael must have hit the SAP button.
Well, it's Miguel. Now that everything's in
Miguel.
Spanish.
That's true. Anyway, that is Sports 4K and Company.
All right, Phil. Philly weather, by the way, currently 65 degrees, a high of 78 today. It's going to be cloudy, but lower humidity, lower temperatures. Wednesday, we're looking at 83 and sunny, and then warmer with storms on Thursday and Friday. We will come back, get to a Tuesday morning big take, and then Graham Plattner, and then why do you have to hate on American sports franchises and American entertainers just because of politics? It's all still on the way this morning. The Cut Sheet, Rooney, Fight Club, and a whole lot more. Kayal and Company, Farish in for Stalker. It's Nick, Dawn, and Sean on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Cooking your own meals could be the secret to a sharper mind. A 6-year study of older adults reveals that cooking at home just once a week can slash dementia risk by 30%. The Atlanta Neuroscience Institute highlights that cooking acts as a total brain workout. It forces you to multitask, uses complex motor skills, and leads to healthier eating. Beginner cooks saw up to a 70% reduction in risk. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Retirement. Exciting, but also kind of scary. How do you create that paycheck to do everything you want to do? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturday afternoons at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
6:35. Welcome back in. It's Kayal and Company on a glorious Tuesday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this week. We have a ton to get to. Action-packed show. Cut sheet 7:45. Matt Rooney at 8:30. Fight Club coming up at 9:10. But before all of that, and before we get to the Graham Plattner story, let's get to a Tuesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Real estate and racism, the right way to view it all. Oh yeah, another right-wing conspiracy theory looks more and more like reality. Another left-wing photo op looks to be falling flat on its face. Two big stories on the cost of home ownership, as well as what I believe is a staged protest in March with alleged racial ties dominating the news cycle over the last 48 hours before Graham Plattner stepped into the equation. And I'm glad that we waited until today to discuss both. But let's begin with what is shaping up to be the truth, because that's what matters. One of the big factors that has caused home ownership to be incredibly difficult since the pandemic is falling at the feet of the Biden-Harris administration. Headline from the New York Post: Biden's illegal immigration surge triggered a 30% rise in home prices, a 20% rise in rent. Fed paper finds. They write, a new Federal Reserve working paper found the record surge in illegal immigration during the Biden administration to have triggered higher home prices and rents. The findings arrive as immigration remains a polarizing political issue, the Post writes. Republicans argue former President Joe Biden's border policies strained housing and public resources, while Democrats say immigration helped with easing labor shortages and supported economic growth. The paper, published by the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, combines immigration court records with government administrative data to measure how the unprecedented wave of illegal immigration between 2021 and 2024 affected local labor and housing markets. The authors caution the study is a preliminary draft circulated for professional comment and does not necessarily reflect the views of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas or the Federal Reserve System. But the economists estimate unauthorized immigrant worker flows accounted for about 30% of unemployment growth, 30% of home price growth, and about 30% of rent and housing growth in the average metropolitan area between March of 2021 and March of 2024. They stress these estimates apply to the average metro area studied and do not suggest immigration was the sole driver of rising housing costs nationwide. Well. Let's have some professional commentary on this, shall we? How about that? I was told it was just supply and demand. I was told it's just the Fed and it's just the interest rates. Let's cut the crap, and I say we cut it out right now. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were installed agents to destroy this country. Throw the lower class a bone here and there, dub it as diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then shame anybody who speaks out about common sense issues and fighting for the middle class. All as these bureaucratic hacks target the 1% as the bad guys. Pay your fair share. You know who was right all along? CNN's Scott Jennings, amongst many. Let's revisit the tape from February 5th of 2026. Listen and watch.
I would ask if you know how much housing costs went up during the Biden years.
It went up significantly. But why add to them by adding tariffs?
So,
they didn't go down in the last year. They're actually raising the cost by tariffs.
You're talking about due to interest rates. You mean like buying a home? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, prices of housing went up 20-30% during the 4 years that Joe Biden was in. Some of the arguments we're having about housing in the United States and how expensive it is, the bulk of it came while Biden was president. What Scott Besson is saying is objectively true. We do have a housing shortage in this country. So we already have too few domiciles for the people who are here. His point was simply that if you put 10 or 20 million new people into the pool, whether they're illegal or not, that is going to increase competition for the already short supply of housing. If you already have a shortage of something and you add 20 million people who are trying to get that something,
I guess what
necessarily
I'm asking for,
you're going to have a problem.
I guess what I'm asking for is actual proof of that being.
There's no correlation between the
economic
increases.
Principles?
But I think
if you have more people trying to buy fewer commodities.
Listen, I'm asking you. Is there proof that what you are saying actually happened? Because the immigrants came,
but no.
The prices were what they were.
Is there
proof that actually happened?
Scott is actually right on the 50,000 point view. I think 50,000 foot view.
There's your proof, Abby. I may need proof of brain activity in Abby Phillips' head. By the way, if Abby Phillips spent more time doing research on something other than the Biden-Harris White House talking points, instead of trying to be Caitlin Collins 2.0 as a fact checker, maybe she would actually offer something of substance as the traffic cop on that show that Scott Jennings saves on a nightly basis. These people, they can't even comprehend basic economic principles because politics in the orange man has warped their brains. And the next time Democrats roll out their affordability talking points, you just point them to this article from the Fed that I just cited, courtesy of the New York Post. From real estate to racism we go. The lies of the left and the denial of Democrats remain steadfast. On the 4th of July, the Patriot Front arrived in Washington, D.C. to march as white nationalists and fascists. Here was CBS News with the report. Listen and watch. Here in this clip, they can be seen walking through the streets, going down escalators, and getting set to board public mass transit as they get ready to head to the National Mall. Hats, masks, matching outfits, and of course, legacy media and the left, they took the bait. First of all, these clowns pop up 4 to 6 times a year on a big weekend in this country. They do the same song and dance. Nobody joins them. And then these guys go home. I'd give it, as a math expert, about a 65% chance that they are being paid for, they are well organized, and they are a left-wing false flag operation founded by a progressive or a socialist. I think that's the most likely explanation. I'd give it a 30% chance of them being a federal agency acting in a rogue fashion to create a further divide in the country, or one that doesn't have the racist divide that it had decades ago. And then I'd give it about a 5% chance of being authentic. Of course, the left will say, oh, these are Trump supporters. First of all, Trump supporters don't cover their face. In fact, they advertise their passion on their hats, their T-shirts, their flags, etc. Secondly, masks are for ICE rioters, Antifa a-holes, and COVID kooks. And even if they were real, an overwhelming majority of Republicans would reject these idiots. Jake Tapper, he took the bait prior to more facts coming out, of course. Let's hear from Fake Strapper. Listen and watch.
By now, many of you have no doubt seen this shocking, stark image taken on the 4th of July in Washington, D.C. on the Metro from Reuters. It's the picture of a young girl sitting alone and brave, a young black girl surrounded by all of these white, masked men, too afraid to show their faces in public. These are members of a group that calls itself the Patriot Front, though they are obviously not patriots in terms of their bigotry, and it's hard to call a group that won't show their front a front of any sense. So let's just call them the PFEs.
Let me ask this question. Why would Reuters be there? That photo almost looks too perfect, does it not? Well, across the dial on Fox News, Lawrence Jones, host of the highly rated Fox and Friends show, who I think is fantastic, posted this on X. Phil, if you could, please post this on YouTube. It says, literally, no one is afraid of the dweebs in khakis and masks, also known as Patriot Front. Precisely how I feel. But of course, legacy media will peddle fear. And this is the alleged transit security camera showing this lady acting out in a bizarre way prior to the so-called Patriot Front boarding and surrounding her as she sat there. Phil, let's roll this. Listen and watch. Here she is, allegedly, crouched over on the transit floor, screaming and then pulling her shorts down and exposing her butt. And this person allegedly has priors on her record. According to multiple searches, including one from Grok, quote, the following is out there for your consumption. The video making the rounds is a split-screen compilation claiming the woman in the Reuters photo is the same one shown on the floor of a train exposing herself moments earlier, face blurred. A mugshot for Bowling Brenta, that is her name, arrested on indecent exposure charges in Arlington County, Virginia, is also attached. Patriot Front members had just finished their July 4th march and were riding the metro like other passengers. Quote, the quiet resilience narrative leaves out the prior context being shared. Look, here's the bottom line. I have no idea if the two women are the same people or not, but the bigger problem is this. Phil, please post this graphic on YouTube. One gal had to sit next to a group of people that, as abhorrent as they may be, did nothing illegal, if in fact they're authentic, and the media lost their minds. On the other side of this photo, you will see, if you're watching on YouTube, is a girl that had her throat slit on a Charlotte subway, bled out as the suspect shouted, I got the white girl. In the media, remember, nationally, not in Charlotte, locally, they covered it pretty early, but nationally, they avoided the story for 17 days. So spare me your selective outrage based on identity politics. Again, bemoaning words and speech while omitting heinous actions. Real estate, racism, the left and the legacy media keep on losing as the right keeps proving them wrong. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
Brought to you by the good people at Bucks County Estate Traders. Celebrate 250 years of American craftsmanship and save during the final day of the 4th of July sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 40% store-wide, including high quality and historic pieces. Shop their showroom in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com. But hurry, the sale ends at close of business today. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in our YouTube chat. Dawn Stensland, real estate prices and media bias. Your thoughts on both stories?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that, these images go viral, but the truth always comes out, which I'm thankful for. I think the bigger point as far as that goes is that with, Irina, that situation or many others, the media omits the coverage. Mm-hmm. And so if they covered all of these things equally, then it would not stand out.
True. Very true. Very true. And then on the real estate front, this is remarkable. You know, one of the things I love about legacy media, Sean, is when you are ahead of the curve, like all of us have been for many years. We said COVID was a lab leak. It didn't jump from an animal, from a bat, right? And then it's like, oh, okay, those crazy people right of center, they never give us any credit. They just keep moving on to the next thing they want to criticize us for, much like with Scott Jennings. Scott Jennings said this over a year ago, actually 16 months ago, that the Biden administration had a lot to do with the rise of housing and rent prices with illegals. And now the Fed puts out a report that basically says, yeah, we were correct. And do you think CNN will offer up an apology to Scott Jennings tonight at 10 o'clock? I doubt it.
Oh, there's not a chance. There's no chance. You got a better chance of me watching soccer than that happening. And there's no chance that I'm going to watch soccer. Right? No, here's the thing. The Dallas Fed, I think I talked about this story when I was doing one of the afternoon shows not too long ago. The Dallas Fed was one of the first, you want to call it outlets, institutions, organizations, whatever, that started talking about the impact of illegal aliens and the cost of housing. And some of the same figures that you cited just there in the big take were cited also by the Dallas Federal Reserve. And you mentioned that the two magic words, okay, supply and demand. So when you introduce 20 million, let's just say that's the number, and it could be more and it could be less, but let's just say 20 million more customers consuming for the same supply, you know, the supply is not increasing, but the demand has increased by 20 million. It's going to drive cost up, right? That's what's going to happen, right? So more demand, the same or less supply equals higher costs. Less demand, right? Lower costs. And that's just the way that goes. And it's not a surprise to me, or it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody who understands that simple dynamic. More supply, less demand, lower costs. Less supply, more demand, higher cost. You've added 20 million people onto the demand side of the equation, so your costs are going to go up. This should not be a foreign concept or something that people look at. Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. No, it's quite frankly simple economics.
Do you have proof?
Like a 3-year-old would understand this.
Do you have proof, Scott Jennings? I need to see the proof. Shut up, Abby. What do you mean? He's been giving you those numbers. Where do you think he got those numbers from? You think he just pulled them out of his keister? I mean, those numbers were, all you have to do is look up and actually look at nonpartisan sources, like whether it's the Federal Reserve of Dallas or the Fed itself. Dawn, you give us economic news one Friday every single month. Now, based on revisions and things like that, there could be some bias where one administration puts a number out knowing they're going to have to walk it back. But you once the real numbers are there for human consumption, the numbers are what the numbers are. And you can't deny them. You might not like them, you might love them, but they are what they are. Like Belgium beat America last night 4-1. It is what it is. Like there's no sugarcoating it. It was 4-1. And I sit here, and when you think about this administration, the past administration, Biden-Harris, we're talking here, think about what illegal aliens did to this country. The major stories that got all of the run, like Lake and Riley. Then, of course, the crime, out of control. Now crime all of a sudden at a 125-year low. Got news for you. It's not because of DAs like Larry Krasner, right? And then, of course, the American dream, affordability, houses, rents, mortgages, the cost of supplies. When you, again, this invasion, and that's what it was, crippled America in some of the most important categories of civilization in this country. If you're going to sit back and look at, hey, how would you define the Biden-Harris administration? We could do the game of like one word or two words or a phrase or a sentence, but there's nothing more of a failure than what they did, and they did it intentionally when it came to illegal immigration. It rocked this country across the board, and they should never be forgiven for that. Because it's going to take multiple administrations to clean up this mess. Sean, what did you say yesterday? Might take 12 years to get all the deportations done with all the people that have been apprehended and caught and not released into this country? Yeah. I mean, is anyone who came into this term thinking the illegal alien situation was going to be, 100% reversed and fixed in 4 years,
you're asking for 10 million people to get deported about every year. I mean, that's a lot of people.
It'd be almost unheard
right?
of, yeah.
You know, you got to come in with realistic expectations, okay? And I was saying, like, if you get 10 million people deported over the course of 4 years, and you're, let's say, a quarter of the way there, you did pretty well. 10 million people is a lot of people, okay? And you're talking about right now, according to DHS, 900,000 involuntary deportations, i.e., hogtied, thrown in the back of the truck, flung back over the border using the Trump-a-pult. And then, you know, you have 3 million or so, right? Self-deportations. So if you round it up, whatever, 4 million over the course of a year and a half, you know, you wind up around that 10 million number over the course of 4 years, if that pace holds. Now, according, again, to the Department of Homeland Security, their involuntary deportation numbers are starting to increase. They've doubled the amount of deportation flights per day. They have increased the number from what was under NOAA around 1,900 or so deportations, involuntary deportations a day, to close to 3,000 now. You have Supreme Court rulings that have streamlined the process and given the administration more runway to get these people out. But you're not going to, you know, I don't like here, well, you know, there's still too many in the country. Yeah, we get it. I totally understand that. There's no deportation ferry that's going to, you know, descend from the heavens, you know, and get rid of them with the wave of a magic wand. So you've got to have realistic expectations. And Nick, you mentioned, you say, will it take 12 years? It could take 12 years to get rid of every last one of them. But let's start with a big batch, because the more demand that you remove from the supply and demand equation, you'll see costs start to come down. That's not the only thing. You're going to need government to stop spending like drunken sailors, which is apparently a tough ask, you know, and stop printing money, which causes inflation. You're also going to want to see your wages outpace whatever inflation does exist, because some inflation is a good thing. It's when it runs away when it becomes a bad thing. But if your wages outpace, you know, wage increases outpace inflation, then you're okay, because, you know, your income isn't sucked away by the inflation. So, you know, you'll see it. We'll see what happens. But you take the demand portion of the equation and you lessen it, you'll see costs come back into a reasonable area.
Indeed.
Yeah, and we are a sanctuary city here in Philadelphia.
Yep.
And so the sanctuary style policies, and it's estimated the minimum is about 78 to 80,000 illegals here in the city of Philadelphia.
Sanctuary for crazy people, too. A sanctuary for crazy people.
Yeah. And we've seen them, Dawn. We've seen the ICE raids. We saw them, remember, in Norristown, right? I mean, that's factored in. I mean, this just adds. Like, when you're a sanctuary city, Dawn, you're basically advertising for the fact that, we're going to contribute to the problem, and we want you to know it.
Yeah. So what does that mean?
Sanctuary for tuna thieves, too.
Yes, but what does that mean for the city of Philadelphia? What does it mean for us? Look at I just got in the mail, my husband and I just got in the mail, so they are reassessing every single home. Property taxes going up again. We have 17 schools being closed. And so think about that. We pay all of that. If somebody, and this happened to me, an illegal ran into me, totaled my car and walked away. Wasn't even arrested. No insurance, nothing. So what does that mean? Why do we have higher insurance rates here in Philadelphia or in New Jersey? That's why.
Yep, you're exactly right.
We all pay.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Coming up next, Politico dropped the exclusive yesterday. The woman who dated Graham Plattner says he sexually assaulted her. The endorsements have been rescinded. People are talking. We'll get to all the clips, all the commentary, and all the fallout, and where the main Senate race goes from here. Are we on the verge of a battle of Susans coming up this fall? It's Kayal and Company. Sean's in for Stocker. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But let me tell you about my friends at Piazza Auto Group, because summer is here, and it is a great time for a new certified or pre-owned vehicle from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Our buddy Dan Piazza, he's got everybody well stocked. Did you know that Piazza carries over 3,500 new vehicles of all their dealerships and 1,600 pre-owned vehicles at any given time? You do the math. Even Abby Phillip can figure this one out. 5,100 vehicles. That includes brands like you've heard us mention, Honda, Acura, Mazda, Hyundai, Volkswagen, plus almost any other brand you can think of. Now that's selection. Visit PiazzaAutoGroup.com to search Piazza's new and pre-owned inventory or find a dealer near you. Make sure you tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
This July, celebrate America's 250th birthday with a home improvement project from Kitchen Magic you'll enjoy for years to come. Now through July 11th, save $2,500 on your new kitchen or bath project. For more than 45 years, families throughout the region have trusted Kitchen Magic for beautiful kitchen and bath transformations, backed by exceptional craftsmanship and service. Plus, Plus, flexible financing options are available. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 7:03. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, here on this Rooney Tuesday. Matt Rooney coming up at 8:30. What's on the cut sheet at 7:45? Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work day and a good start to your morning. 855-839-1210 is how you jump aboard. Sean Farish, after a couple of days of indulging, he's back on the keto diet. How were the chops and broccoli last night, Mr. Farish?
We didn't do broccoli, but I did the chops. The chops were great, as always.
Did you substitute a vegetable?
No, I didn't do a vegetable yesterday.
Just straight chops? Just straight pork?
Just went straight chops. I went straight chops yesterday.
Applesauce?
I'm going to throw a pork chop at you. What keto has applesauce? What are we doing here? What are we doing
what is
here?
He, a constipated 5-year-old? My mom used to make my sister.
If I don't have broccoli, I might be a constipated 35-year-old. I'll tell you.
I'm going to shame
broccoli,
my sister.
They call it nature's broom.
Yeah.
Okay? Because it pushes everything along. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Move it right along.
My sister.
You don't want bumper to bumper traffic on the Hershey Highway. You don't want that.
No. My sister back in the day used to be constipated as a little kid because all she wanted to eat when she was like 7 and 8 years old was hot dogs and buttered noodles. So eventually she got to the point where she was like the opposite of that sick disease that Dawn reported about yesterday with the explosive
the
diarrhea.
parasite.
Yeah, with the parasite. Yeah. So my mom used to give her like a big serving of applesauce at dinner to clear her stool.
Wait, so the buttered noodles didn't help move things along?
No. The
bit of butter, a little, grease the skids down.
No,
there.
I think the carbs block you up, right, Dawn?
Yeah.
Well, the carbs could definitely block.
You need some prunes, some apples,
some prunes,
some fruit, some peaches,
broccoli.
I did
broccoli.
Broccoli.
Nature's broom.
Yeah.
Correct.
Nature's broom.
There you go.
I did salmon, green beans, and arugula salad.
You know, I've always said, Dawn, and I get ridiculed for this. Maybe it's just because I'm a guy. Yeah. I think arugula is completely underrated. I love arugula.
So good for
If it's on the menu, if I'm out to eat and I see an arugula-based salad, I'm in on it.
Yeah.
I actually had, and Dawn, I don't want to name the business, but there's this little hole-in-the-wall Italian place right on 202 across from Bluebell Country Club. Saturday night, they had, I took the girls. I had an arugula salad with a shallot vinaigrette dressing to die for.
Yeah.
To die for. I was ready to pick up the bowl and just lick the dressing and the leftover arugula up with my tongue. But then I realized I'm at a nice place and I'm already look fat enough and I don't want to be shamed. So there you go. There's my dining.
Yes.
All right, let's get to Graham Plattner. Huge story, right?
Huge.
So here's a guy that, I sound like an NFL announcer. Now here's a guy, he has a Nazi tattoo, lied repeatedly about the Nazi tattoo, said, and these are all facts, by the way. We've played recordings. We've read verified reports. Said he would rape people, sexted with women while married, bragged about drawing male genitalia in porta potties, praised Islamic terrorists, said he's a communist, joined an app known to be used by predators to contact minors. I think they call it the Kick app, K-I-K, and now has sexual assault allegations. And again, allegations remain. What was that? What is that?
That's the Graham Plattner hedgehog.
I thought that was
what he was into in the porta potty.
Okay. I thought Jimmy Kelly had like indigestion.
What do you think I had Joy Behar over this morning? Yeah.
So yesterday, the news starts to come out that it's possible that there's a big story on the way about Graham Plattner, less than flattering. It's going to lead to him dropping out. Prediction markets go off the charts. The odds keep rising that he drops out and will drop out at some point this month. So let me just give you the 2-paragraph recap here from Politico. They had the exclusive headline: Woman who dated Graham Plattner says he sexually assaulted her. The Maine Democrat denies the allegations and said, quote, any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically untrue. A woman who dated Maine U.S. Senate candidate Graham Plattner says he forced her to have sex with him nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections, an allegation Plattner denies. The woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rakicott, detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the course of 2 weeks. Politico also spoke with a man Rakicott dated and confided in the years after the alleged incident and reviewed documents, including emails between Rakicott and her therapist and messages between Rakicott and an acquaintance whom she warned against, who she warned against getting involved with Plattner years before he ran for office. Rakicott said he had an on and off relationship, said she had an on and off relationship with Plattner, who is now the Democrat Senate nominee in Maine, for more than 2 years before he entered her rural Maine home uninvited one night in late 2021, deeply intoxicated, and forced himself on her while she repeatedly told him to stop. She said she cut off contact with him after telling him the encounter was not consensual. So in the late evening hours last night, a lot of endorsements were rescinded. Ro Khanna, and Phil, you can throw these up on X.
Fraud.
I know.
He's such a fraud.
What a total turd. Used to be this big free speech advocate, but he's been exposed.
No, he never really was. He said he was.
Okay.
But he never really. The guy is a fraud. You know, the whole oligarch, we fight the oligarch, right? This guy wants to talk about, Ro Khanna talks about fighting the oligarchy all the time, right? Mm-hmm. You know, his kids are in elementary school, okay? And they made $2 million off of family-owned golf courses in 2024. His kids. By the way, I don't care about that.
No.
I'm a capitalist. If you're good with your money and you can set your kids up for success, great.
Don't be a hypocrite.
The problem is Ro Khanna rails against this type of hoarding wealth behavior and then does it himself. Socialism is never for the socialists. It's always for the people. The socialists, i.e. those who implement socialism on the people, never live by the same rules that they expect the people to live by.
Right.
Look at New York City, 78 degrees, the AC. I guarantee you that's not what Madison Square Garden was set to with the Swift wedding with Kelsey and Swift and all the rest of the clowns that were in that building with their wall of cops and all their security. Socialism is never for the socialists. It's always for the people.
Mm-hmm. So Khanna rescinds the endorsement. He says it's been very clear that sexual assault or violence against women is a red line. These allegations...
As if he had no idea.
Right. These allegations are very serious and credible. Graham Plattner should drop out from the race. I am withdrawing my endorsement. Ruben Gallego rescinds as well, senator from Arizona. The allegations against Plattner are troubling and deeply serious. I am rescinding my endorsement. And then, Phil, if you can, throw up K5. John Favreau of the very popular, I forget, Pod Save America bros. He's one of the Obama bros. Not a fan of his work, but, you know, he does have a very highly rated podcast. He says, it's amazing. All the receipts started to come out. Graham Plattner isn't just our best and only chance to beat Susan Collins. He's a good, decent man who has struggled and grown and is always trying to do better. I hope everyone with reservations takes a little time to get to know the real life version of him. Not what the algorithm throws in our faces. Clearly, that's what so many people in Maine have done from all different walks of life and political persuasions. Do you guys want to hear the accuser and then Plattner's defense? And oh, by the way, Fetterman off the top rope last night on his favorite network, Fox News. We should go through these and then we'll all give our thoughts.
And Chuck Schumer, Senator Schumer,
another one,
also calling for Plattner to resign. Here's the critical thing with this: with when you hear the woman talk to Jake Tapper on CNN, Plattner releasing his own video.
Yep.
Under Maine law, Democrats, they have until July 13th, conveniently,
6 days from now,
for Plattner to withdraw. So if he withdraws, which it looks like he will, then the state has 2 weeks to choose a replacement nominee. So this is all convenient. This is all convenient.
Voters don't choose it either, by the way.
That's correct.
Oh, shocking.
They have, it's called, there's some sort of, the Maine Democrat Party convenes as an apparatus, not with the voters. They don't consult with the voters. Oh, it sounds exactly.
It's going to be
it's
Susan
exactly
Rice.
what they did. And let me be very clear. Context. Okay, Nick Kayal, who broke the story yesterday?
Politico.
Who had the
Politico, a friendly
Okay?
publication.
Yeah, and
So
CNN did. Jake Tapper did the interview,
and Jake Tapper took the interview. So when you see Politico get the exclusive and break the story, you know one thing is sure and true above anything else. This did not come from the right. This was an orchestrated. The timing, okay, of when this dropped. The timing indicates they knew. The Democrats knew Graham Plattner could not win. If Graham Plattner was leading Susan Collins by 10 points in polling and he was strong, this story never sees the light of day. Bet your bottom dollar on that. My golden rule when you see things like this, because they did this to Andrew Cuomo, they did this to Eric Swalwell. They did with regards with sexual allegations. They did this with Biden with the health scandal. They did this to an extent with Menendez. Okay, they did this with Eric Adams. Okay, once you lose your viability, they take you and they throw you in front of a freight train and they leave you for dead. Now, politics is a cutthroat business. This story did not come from the right. My golden rule: Republicans never take down Democrats. Democrats take down Democrats. And that is exactly what you saw in Maine. If Graham Plattner still had a reasonably strong chance of beating Susan Collins, this story never sees the light of day, which is why when you look at Schumer, when you look at Ro Khanna, the fraud that Ro Khanna is. Ro Khanna back in June, early June, referenced a New York Times article that was talking about this very same accuser, acting like, oh, this is not credible. This is just, we don't have to. He knew. They all knew that these allegations existed. There's no way this was a shock to any of them. They were willing to look the other way until they realized this guy can't win. Get him out. And now they're gonna squeeze him over the next 6 days. If I'm Graham Plattner, I'm withdrawing on July 14th and screwing that party over.
Well, that's why I initially, even in the news, alluded to the July 13th date, because it would have been stupid for Republicans if it was an opposition situation. The Republicans would have waited until late July or August.
Correct.
Right?
Or July 15th, where he can't remove himself anymore, right? Whatever.
So
the odds
the later the better.
It makes you wonder what their internal polling was showing, because I thought most recently, at least polling wise, that the numbers that were out there that were shared via different, polling firms that are broadcast on CNN or Fox or NBC or whatever showed that it was a relatively close race. I think maybe Plattner slightly in the lead. And I'm looking at Kalshi today. Now, will Graham Plattner drop out before July 8th? 50% chance. Before July 9th, 70% chance. So I think as you go up in the next couple of days, the odds of him dropping out continue to rise. But I'm looking here on Kalshi. Which party will win? Now, maybe they've changed the wording based on this new news. They're giving the Democrats a 61% chance to win the Senate in Maine in that race. Maybe they're already factoring in Plattner's replacement. But it would appear to me that I would assume, and we know that sometimes internal polling within a candidate's office might be different from YouGov or Ipsos or Harvard, Harris, Capps, whatever poll you're looking at. I wonder what they saw in their internal polls, Because if they thought he could win, wouldn't they continue to ride this out? Because
Yes,
all they
would.
all
That's
they
why-
all they
that's why
truly
you
care about is
know-
power, right?
That's why exactly. That's why the internal polling was a disaster.
Yeah.
And this, let me again, when you look at, first of all, when you look at the polling after Plattner won the primary, the race tightened. He had before the primary, a pretty sizable lead. And then it turned into a 2-point lead in a New York Times Siena poll. And Collins was leading by 3 in a Fox News poll. And the race was far tighter than any main Senate, race has been in a long time. And Susan Collins usually outperforms polling by like 6 to 9 points. So you could factor that kind of curve into it as well. It was too close. The public polling was way too close. The internal polling, I bet you, was a dumpster fire, or they don't do this. That's it. They had to they dropped this with a week to go to squeeze him and get him out of the race because they know he can't win. If they thought there was a reasonable possibility that he could win, or if he was positioned, if he had a strong position in polling still, this story does not see the light of day. Period. This came from the left. Politico doesn't get an exclusive because some right-wing source ran to them.
Right.
This came from the left, and they do this all the time, the Democrats. This is what they do. And they disenfranchise their own voters. And yet, despite the fact that you didn't have, your voice did not matter in 2016. Your voice did not matter in 2020. Your voice did not, that's both of those years Bernie got screwed. Your voice did not matter in 2024 because Joe Biden won your primary going away, and then you replaced him. Your voice did not matter in California. If you wanted Eric Swalwell, they knocked him out of the race, right? Your voice did not matter now in Maine. How many times are Democrat voters going to put up with this? I thought you're supposed to be the party of democracy. So when the voters make a choice and you don't like that choice, you as the party higher ups can come in and say, actually, we know better. To the liberals out there, to the folks who continue to defend this party, you're going to defend having your voice silenced? You're going to continue to defend this and talk to me about threats to democracy? Save it. You phony, fraudulent pieces of filth. You people continue to allow the party bosses to say, we know better. What a pathetic bunch of fools you are, right?
And
we know better. You don't know. The party bosses don't know better than you. What's the point of having primaries if the results can just be nullified by some dude sitting in a back room?
And women are collateral damage. Women are in Swalwell. I mean, severe sexual misconduct, rape allegations. It's so icky.
Right.
And this woman who you're about to play, she clearly, in my humble opinion, I think that she's somebody this happened, but that she did not want to come forward. And somebody got her to come forward. That's what struck me, that they're willing to just pimp out these women like pawns. That's sickening.
That's right. You're right.
They don't care about women. They don't care about women's
Good point,
rights.
Dawn. Great point. Great point.
We'll play her on
Great
the other
point.
side. She sat down with Jake Tapper from CNN. We'll give you that. Then we'll give you Graham Plattner's statement, as well as fellow senators like John Fetterman, who are not coming to the defense of Graham Plattner. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new hot tubs. Plus, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehotTubs.com. Offers end July 12th.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're in charge of ordering boxes. Small boxes, big boxes, really big boxes. You're in charge of tape, labels, mailers, bubble wrap, extra bubble wrap. Just for fun. You're in charge of warehouse cleaning and safety supplies. Good thing there's Uline. Thousands of quality products for your business and warehouse needs, always in stock, ready to ship same day, and backed by Uline's legendary 24/7 customer service. Uline makes it easy because you already do enough. Uline. We warehouse for you.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Everything is better in the summer, and everything's better at the shore, and you deserve a vacation. Summer vacation. If it's still sitting on your to-do list, stop procrastinating, because July is one of the best times to head to my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. It's Rich Zioli. Book a July midweek stay. They're going to give you resort credits. Say 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights, receive $80 a night in resort credits. And you can use those credits on food and beverages in Hemingway's restaurant, the pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. You can take your family on a whale watching boat cruise, but you have to book direct with them to get the best rates and to get those resort credits. You're going to love the Grand Hotel. You're going to love Cape May. If you've never been, it's my favorite shore town. And the Grand Hotel has a beautiful outdoor heated pool and an indoor heated pool if the weather's not great. Book today before they sell out. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in. Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish on a Rooney Tuesday. Matt Rooney coming up 7:30. The cut sheet just over 20 minutes from now. As we continue on the big story with Graham Plattner and the allegations that have been made against him in an exclusive from Politico, where a woman who dated Graham Plattner says he sexually assaulted her. Let's get to the main individuals that are involved in this story. And let's start with the accuser first, as she sat down with CNN's Jake Tapper. Phil, this is clip K6. Let's hear this and see if we believe her story.
I know that you have been very reluctant to tell this story.
Yeah.
Very reluctant. Why did you ultimately decide to do it? Why come forward?
A few reasons. One of the biggest ones is that I think that there are a lot of men in this world relying on the silence of women and to be where they are. And I don't want to contribute to that. I also want to just get my life back.
There are going to be people, maybe even his campaign, certainly his supporters, who say this is politically motivated. What would you say to that?
I couldn't disagree more. That was actually one of the reasons that I didn't come out.
Because you agree with his politics.
I do. I really agree with his politics. I think we need somebody with those political stances and who are willing to do the work. And I see his political videos. They get me fired up as well. I understand why people want someone like him in office. And I felt like me coming forward would potentially take that away. And I felt really uncomfortable with the responsibility and the weight of my story and what that might do.
When people hear this from you,
Mm-hmm.
Are you saying you should not vote for him because of what happened?
I'm not going to go as far as to say that. I'm just here to tell my story, to give a clearer picture of who he is and the type of past that he has. And I just think it's fair to the democratic process to let people know who they're.
All right, so a couple of takeaways. First of all, Jake Tapper sounded like he was hooked up to a seashell to do that interview. Good God, CNN. My God. Secondly, I'm not in the business of labeling every politician with a D as guilty or every politician with an R as not guilty. But when you look at forget that clip for a moment, because she didn't really give enough to me to make me believe one thing or the other. I look at the track record of Graham Plattner, and it just reeks and screams bad human being. So I believe her, but I'm also in the position nowadays, as we've seen over the last 4, 5, 6 years, the believe all women thing, kind of a lie. I think if you just believe all women and you're omitting facts for the sake of believing all women, you're not doing your best research and homework and due diligence. To me, there's probably no question he's done this, but allegations remain allegations. I'll tell you what, if I'm Graham Plattner, and I'm not defending him, but I do like sticking it to the Democrat Party, if I'm him, I'd stay. I wouldn't drop out. I'd flip the bird to Bernie, who, oh, by the way, you talk about Bernie getting screwed. Bernie got screwed again because he's a Bernie-backed guy. Democrat
and
voters.
Elizabeth Warren.
Put the onus on the Democrats. All right, you want a guy who's been accused of this in office? All right, let's put your moral high ground to the test, because you love to come out. Just bring the same energy for Graham Plattner Democrats that you did for Donald J. Trump, okay? Whether it was Stormy Daniels or E. Jean Carroll or this, that, or the other thing, or the Epstein files, you want to sit on your soapbox and preach about morality. You still going to vote for Graham Plattner this fall if he doesn't drop out? Be an interesting morality test for those individuals.
So what she says in this interview is that she's saying that they dated and that they had been intimate previously, and that he's basically breaks into the house, is very drunk, blackout drunk, forces himself on her. She's saying no, no, no. Even at one point says, I could get pregnant. This is an unprotected situation. Does not call 911. And then jumps to, and the next morning, he tries to put his arm around me. I say, I never want to see you again. So what strikes me about it, I will say, if, in this one, she didn't call 911. There's a next morning. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that, to me, it rings true. That's the weird part. Maybe you didn't think I was going to go there. He was really drunk. This happens. She hesitates to call 911. This stuff happens. I mean, it happens. But the fact that she says in here that she struggled because of politics.
I really like his policies.
That's OMG.
That's cray-cray,
What
right?
is wrong with you? So to me, she comes across as this desperate woman. They met on a dating app, and she was so desperate. And then says, well, I kind of like his politics, so I'm not going to report. I'm not going to call 911. I'm not going to call the cops. I'm going to let it go.
So do you think the timing is suspect on her part?
Absolutely.
100%.
Totally.
She was put up to this.
She was absolutely told, you got to do this. Take one for the team, honey.
But you believe authentically, though, that this alleged crime, you believe it occurred?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I think it's all true.
Okay.
And I think that
it's
he's
true.
telling the truth too, because he was blackout drunk. I believe him. He doesn't remember. So when he says, I didn't do this, it's because he doesn't remember it.
Right.
I believe that part too.
Okay.
This is so gross. And the fact that at one point she says, and I have friends who are still going to vote for him, honey, you need new friends.
Yes.
I would agree.
100%.
I would agree.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Dawn is spot on. I think, look, it's not far-fetched to believe that there's something that something like this happened. It's not because I don't like Graham Plattner. Look at the body of work you're dealing with here. Take the Nazi tattoo out of the equation, although it does indict him, from a moral standpoint, why you have that. Okay. But you have the creepy porta potty stories, the June 4th New York Times article, which details several women who said this guy's a mess. The wife came out with all the text messages on Kick, and she was the one who gave the campaign access to that, which wound up leaking. Jenny Rassicot, if that's how you pronounce her last name, is actually referenced in that first big New York Times article that dropped on June 4th. She didn't make a sexual assault allegation, but she did say in the June 4th New York Times article, Rassicot said in 2021 that Plattner came to her house drunk after she had asked him not to come over. Okay. So she told the Times the same stuff that she told Politico. Her story's not changing. Okay. She didn't make a sexual assault allegation in the New York Times article. My point here is that this woman is not a brand new accuser. Nope. This is somebody who's already been referenced in hits against Graham Plattner. If you don't believe that people like Ro Khanna, Bernie Sanders, Chuck Schumer, Democrat Party higher-ups, if you don't believe they did not know, I have no idea what to tell you. Because this woman, she had a chance to come out in June 4 in that June 4th article and spill it all, and she didn't. And less than a month later, she's coming out with it.
Yeah, it makes
you wonder. And you're telling me that what, she just had a sudden come to Jesus moment at home? You know what I should do? I should tank this whole guy's campaign. Somebody put her up to this. And again, if Plattner was up by 20 points in the polls, you would not hear a peep from this woman. They would do everything they could to keep her quiet. They'd pay her off. They'd do whatever they could to keep her quiet. But because he was a weak, vulnerable candidate, they know he is a dead man walking politically. They forced her to release these allegations to a friendly outlet, Politico exclusive, go on CNN, media tour. That is exactly what happened here. This is an intra-party hit job. There's no doubt about it. This came from the left, not the right.
And that it makes me wonder if there's more to come. Like, it just makes me wonder if there are even worse things out there.
Would not surprise me.
Like if he doesn't drop out in the next couple days, somebody else comes out. He did that to me too. You know, and this Me Too, like Me Too, literally.
And I didn't hear Jake ask her, well, in the 2 years you were intimate together, did you notice the tattoo? Did it bother you?
I liked his policies,
Jake Tapper, infamously, who compared Donald Trump to Hitler on television, has nothing to say about Graham Plattner's Nazi tattoo.
Of course not.
Isn't that interesting?
No.
Yes, sir.
Tapper's credibility has gone to crap the last 4 years. Let's get to Plattner himself. Clip K7. Here was the 2-minute statement that he issued in regards to the allegations reported by Politico.
I wanted to directly address the troubling, serious, and false allegations against
He just looks like a gross person.
Any accusation of non-consensual behavior is categorically false. Over the last 10 months, I have been deeply humbled by the faith Mainers have put in me. You have welcomed me into your homes, into your places of work, into your restaurants, into your houses of worship. You have shown that a different kind of politics, one that puts the interests of people over corporations, is not just possible, but is inevitable. This movement we have built, the largest volunteer base in the history of Maine politics, the hundreds of thousands of grassroots donors, and the supporters across the ideological spectrum, we were united in a love of Maine, a belief that our politics must change, and a focus on defeating Susan Collins. So, regardless of the inaccuracy of the reporting, but mindful of the political reality it will inflict, we are taking the time to reflect on the best path forward for the state that I love, the people that I love, the movement I belong to, and the goal of defeating Susan Collins. Those were the goals when we launched this campaign, and they remain my goals today. On June 9th, 154,058 Mainers, the most in primary history, voted to reject a broken politics beholden to Washington and the donor class. They voted for hope, for change, to take back our economy, to take back our power, and to take back our Senate seat. Throughout it all, you never turned your back on me, and I will not turn my back on you now. Every one of you deserves to see that vision come to fruition and see Susan Collins defeated, and we will use every tool at our disposal to do so. As Maine goes, so goes the nation. As always, thank you.
You know what Democrats were hoping to achieve here when Graham Plattner emerged onto the scene? they realized that Tim Walz did not represent straight white male, healthy masculinity. All of the nonsense that they peddled in 2024 against so many millions of American men out there. We are toxic. We are masculine. We are pigs. We're racist. We're transphobic. We're homophobic. And you know what they said? They looked at Graham Plattner and said, that's the guy we need. That's the guy that'll cut through and resonate. He's got a scruffy beard. He's got a deep voice. He's an oysterman. He does stuff for his mother. They got it wrong, and they got egg all over their face. Roll this, Phil. This is clip 29G, just about 6 weeks ago. Graham Plattner on NPR saying he is healthy masculinity.
You represent masculinity in certain ways.
We have the audio.
The Democrats have trouble
Jimmy Kayal.
connecting with
male
audio. Voters. Describe the masculinity that you represent.
I think it's...
All right, restart it. There we go. 3,
You
2...
represent masculinity in certain ways. The Democrats have trouble connecting with male voters. Describe the masculinity that you represent.
I think it's just a healthy form of it, which is, look, I lift weights. I shoot guns. My background is obviously in the military. I work outside. Most of my hobbies are things that people tend to associate with like manly stuff, I guess. At the exact same time, I go to therapy. I have a very open sort of dialogue and emotional relationship with my wife. I work incredibly hard to put myself in places where I share space with.
Sean, I've been saying it for 2 years now on this show. I say it over and over and over again. The Democrat Party cannot find a sane, normal dude. They thought they had one, and they missed again. They can't find one.
Nope. Well, and they knew this guy wasn't. Again, they want to find somebody who they can prop up and say, look, here's a man, right? He lifts weights. He was in the military. He's a one of these manly men up in Maine. He goes hunting, They knew about this guy's past. It is impossible when you have this much of a track record of bad behavior, and that's putting it nicely, to not know. They have access to all sorts of opposition research. They vetted this guy. They didn't care because they thought they'd be able to run on this. He's in Maine. He's a straight white guy. He's going to connect with, the young males. He's going to be, they didn't care about the allegation. They all knew. That's the point. Just like they knew Joe Biden was cooked. Just like they knew Eric Swalwell was a creep. Just like they knew Andrew Cuomo was a mess. Just like they knew Eric Adams was a fraud. They knew. They didn't care. This is about power. This is about what they can prop up as a facade. This is the biggest and most fraudulent political party in the country. I don't understand how there are people that support this party. Your voice is repeatedly cast aside for the wishes and corrective action of party bosses. You're putting up, you claim to have some sort of moral high ground. We care about women. You're putting up this guy.
Yeah.
Eric Swalwell.
This is what happens when you cater, when your whole party caters to a fringe element of a population, when you cater to men in women's sports, when you cater to LGBTQIA+, which represents 9% of the population, when you cater to socialist policies and communist agendas, you're not going to be able to get a straight, white, normal, functional dude. Again, I keep going back to how did Trump win? Because he resonated with normal dudes. He did. You'd want to sit down and watch a game and have a beer. Trump won't have the beer. Trump will have the Diet Coke. Right. You just want to be a dude and not be chastised for saying, yeah, I like hot chicks. I like cold beer, big boobs, football, gambling, and action movies. That doesn't make me a bad person. But when you cater to all this woke nonsense, not only do you diminish your voter pool, you diminish your candidacy pool. There's how many million men are, we have a nation of 340 million people, right? Let's just split it down the middle. Let's just say there's 170 million men in this country. On the national stage of politics, the Democrats can't find one normal dude.
Nope.
Think about that.
No, they've alienated all of them. You know, there's another story. This is disturbing. I don't know if you saw this. Katie Pavlich yesterday. She mentioned there's a journalist, a reporter by the name of Steve Robinson, done a lot of reporting on Plattner. But she says Steve Robertson at Steve Rob on X reports security has been increased among certain people in Maine who are afraid of who he called Plattneristas and Plattner, especially given his past and statements about violence. So apparently Graham Plattner led a group in Maine called the Socialist Rifle Association, organizing firearms training and defensive handgun courses for left-wing members before a 2024 state law restricted such paramilitary-style instruction. Folks, this dude is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. He's clearly unstable, has problems. I hope it doesn't happen, but you could see a very violent end to this sort of campaign if things don't stay on the rails. I mean, they are playing with fire here now. Okay, think about it. All the trans terrorism. There was someone in California was just arrested with like 22 guns, getting ready to commit a mass shooting. Right, with all the drugs and things that get pumped into these gender dysphoric individuals. I don't know how many people this guy radicalized, but this is scary.
Yep.
Very, very scary.
Yep. All right, we've heard from Plattner and the accuser. We'll kick off the cut sheet on the other side, and we're going to lead with John Fetterman, who jumped on his favorite network to dunk on his own party yet again with the Graham Plattner news. That'll lead us off for the cut sheet on the other side of Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends at Families Behind the Badge. Just last night, went up to my local Trek store, bought a brand new bike helmet, brand new bike gloves. The butt pad shorts actually still fit, believe it or not, considering I've gotten substantially fatter. But we're not talking about my keister today. We're talking about your keister, because I want your keister to be in prime condition. Get on that bike, knock out 2 or 3 rides here in the next 19 days, because the Bend to the Shore Bike Tour is coming up Sunday, July 26th, and you have plenty of options to ride. 65 miles, that's the full shot from Philly to AC. 30 miles from Hamilton, that's your halfway point, or the stretch run, 10 miles from Galloway. I've been advocating for the last 10 miles. Nobody will let me do it. But you could do that. And there's a family-friendly celebration at the Showboat after the ride. Here's what you do. You visit ben2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NIC1210, they take $25 off your registration. That's Ben, the number 2, Shore, SHORE.org. Promo code NIC1210. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a local nonprofit that provides financial relief to families of fallen and injured first responders, fosters positive relationships between the police and children, and provides mental and emotional well-being resources to all of our great first responders.
Feel the power of the Acura Integra. You control how you move with its integrated dynamic system. Take the wheel of the ADX with available premium Bang & Olufsen sound. Experience the power of the MDX together with space for 7 passengers. But why keep talking? Experience performance that speaks for itself. Acura.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hurry into the Acura Summer of Performance event happening now.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
For decades, baby boomers have been the engine of the American economy. As the largest generation in U.S. history, their hard work didn't just fill jobs, it fueled decades of consumer spending that built the economy and lifestyle that we all enjoy today. But now, as baby boomers retire in large numbers, they're leaving behind a labor and spending gap that younger generations are struggling to fill. This week's expert report warns Americans in or near retirement about what economists call the silver tsunami. It's a massive wave of older workers retiring all at once, creating a spending void that could pressure retirement portfolios based on Wall Street. Currently, nearly 1 in 5 Americans is 65 or older, and at the same time, the generations following the boomers, Generation X, Millennials, and Gen Z, are about 10% smaller at their respective peaks. Even with many older Americans working longer into their golden years, our economy still has more job openings than available workers. Simply put, there are fewer workers to replace those retiring and fewer consumers to sustain the same level of spending. When fewer people are working and spending, economic growth can slow down and markets may struggle. You worked a lifetime building your nest egg and helping power the greatest economy in history. Don't let economic forces outside of your control, like the silver tsunami, put what you worked so hard to build at risk. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system is designed to be a safe haven from market storms, protecting your nest egg from losses while allowing for growth with the potential for double-digit interest returns. To learn more, schedule a no-cost appointment with a retirement phase expert by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
7:49. It is a Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. However you may be listening or watching, we appreciate you. The free Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, YouTube live stream. Maybe you do it the old-fashioned way, 12:10 a.m. The other digital old-fashioned way, you download the podcast, iTunes, Spotify. Make sure you rate, review, you subscribe, you like, you follow. Click every button you can possibly click. It only helps us in the end. Thank you very much. All right, Jimmy Kelly, 7:49, relatively on time today. Let's do a Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet for this Rooney Tuesday is brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyotas and Chryslers, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both locations. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet on this Rooney Tuesday.
Nice job. Jimmy Kelly did that live, by the way. That was not pre-recorded.
Jimmy.
Yeah. We have a lot of good things on the cut sheet today. We've got Marco Rubio. We've got Sonny Hostin. We've got Jasmine Crockett. We have more of Graham Plattner. We actually have a great compilation of Liz Warren, Bernie Sanders, Chrissy Houlihan, local story,
Chester
Dawn.
County.
That's right. Ro Connick, Cory Booker, Chris Coons. But let's wrap for now, and we'll round back to Plattner coming up later in the cut sheet because we've done this for about 50 minutes now. But I do want to play the Democrats' favorite senator, Fox News' favorite contributor,
Wubby
Dubba. That's right, Farish. Wubba Dubba himself, John Fetterman. I'll tell you what. I don't know what they pay Fox News contributors, but whatever they're paying, if Fetterman wants to be compensated, he deserves double. This guy gets more.
If it's APAC money.
It's unbelievable, dude. He's on Fox as much as Sean Hannity. I've never seen anything like it.
They're paying him if he's a senator. I can't imagine that.
No,
he's
of course
making any money
not.
off that.
Of course not. Some of those contributors, I think, make decent coin, though. Let's get to Fetterman. He was on with Laura Ingraham last night. Phil, this is clip 8, and this is obviously in regards to the Graham Plattner story. Let's roll it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's terrible. And that's why my heart goes out to that poor woman. And now also what he's put all those other women that when the New York Times described how abusive he was. Now, so many Democrats dismissed that or said it's not a big deal or we don't believe it or it's politically motivated. Well, the woman that had the courage to come forward, she is identified as a progressive. And now she says that he raped me and came in my home without my consent as well, too. So
Senator, I'm sorry, what would you like to say tonight if you could say anything to Plattner himself?
I don't have anything to say to that trash bag, and he's a dead man walking politically.
Yep.
But now for me, my thoughts are with the poor women that have been brutalized by him. And I want to salute the courage for the woman to come forward and all the people that dismissed the women, that he abused in the New York Times thing, and all the people that sent Plattner checks or cashed checks from Plattner. Maybe look in the mirror, the kind of person that you were pushing, and now that put the Senate, the majority path in serious risk. We all, any normal person could have seen what was coming, the kind of person it is. Now, he was the one Democrat that refused to not just call him out what he is.
How about that? How about that, Farrah? She calls his colleague or potential colleague a trash bag.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Someone's got to do it. And at least John Fetterman has the courage to say something like that. The Plattner violence thing is now what makes me afraid, because this is a guy who said, and I quote, "There are times in this world when, for the good of tolerance and humanity, you need to kill a mother effer." Okay. That's Graham Plattner's own words. In response to concerns about fighting fascism, Plattner posted on one of his now deleted social media accounts, "If people expect to fight fascism without a good semi-automatic rifle, then they ought to do some reading of history." That's what I mean when I say there could be a violent end here. To the ignoramuses who want to act like you can't find this yourself, here, next time you need to wipe your ass, I'll give you a hand too, okay? These folks, these people are, they kill me. What do you mean a violent end? That's what I mean by a violent end. Go on Google and look it up yourself. You need me to spoon feed you too?
We should do one of those Sean shares his screen exercises just to show how easy it is to find it.
Unbelievable. It really is. It's unbelievable. What do you mean Plattner's violent? I don't know. Why don't you go on Google and write Plattner violence, and you'll get about 15 different freaking articles that will give you insight into the way this guy thinks. Well, that's what I mean by there could be a violent end, because this guy talked about killing MFers.
Well, Trump didn't say it, so they can't find it. That's the way.
Unbelievable.
That's the way that works.
It's unbelievable. The level of I'm going to look the other way and then act shocked when a guy with a Nazi tattoo on his chest has violent tendencies.
Right.
You're fooling nobody. Okay? I want to be very clear. Fooling nobody. Frauds. Ro Khanna and anybody else who wants to do all this. Oh, wow. I can't believe I'm rescinding my endorsement. You're fooling nobody. Everyone knew, and this attack came from the left, and now Frankenstein's out of the lab. If this guy really is violent, there could be problems in Maine when you got a dude who's leading a paramilitary National Socialist Rifle Organization or whatever they call themselves in Maine, talking about how it might be justified to kill an MFer in the name of tolerance.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Come on. You know what? I'm going to ride this heater out. We're going to audible. I was going to go back to the old comments on Plattner portion of the cut sheet around, 8:45, 9:20. But Sean's on a heater, and you don't interrupt a pitcher when he's throwing a perfect game. So we're going to just continue with this. Sean, who would you like to hear from first on Graham Plattner as far as past comments that have aged more poorly than the growth of my stomach since the creation of this show in the last 4 years? Would you like
Gas station sushi.
Would you like Liz Warren? Would you like Bernie? Would you like Roe? would you like Cory Booker, Chris Coons, or Chrissy Houlihan? We'll do dealer fairest choice. Who do you want to hear from first?
Oh, let's start with the biggest fraud out of that entire group. That's Ro Khanna.
Okay.
Go there first.
Phil, let's start with 29D as we spin the wheel of Plattner here. This was Ro Khanna and Chuck Schumer on, I believe, the past history of Graham Plattner.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's shocking that he's just so out of touch. I mean, he needs to step aside. I've called for him to step aside. No one thinks of him as the future of the party. You know, he was very weak. He didn't want to support Graham Plattner. He was out there trying to get Janet Mills. Even he now sees that Plattner is the best chance to win the state. Won overwhelmingly last night. But he's just out of touch. I mean, and needs to move aside.
All right, so that was Roe saying Chuck E. Cheeseburger was out of touch until it became obvious that 154,000 people in Maine voted for Plattner. Then Chuck got on board, and then the allegations came out yesterday, and now Chuck is off the Plattner train. How about that?
Chuck Schumer. I mean, Chuck Schumer should have stuck to your guns, buddy. But you don't do that.
No.
You know, he's a Jew, but he's also a Palestinian. It's unbelievable. You know, the guy plays both sides of the fence. It's unreal. It's great.
It's the only guy in the entire Middle Eastern war that plays both sides.
Both sides.
All right, let's go to Pocahontas. Pocahontas is always good for a good laugh. Clip 29A, Liz Warren on Graham Plattner says, "That's my kind of man."
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need.
Oh, yeah.
You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
Oh, my gosh.
Because that is a man who not only has the values, but a man who believes in accountability. And we need a little accountability coming out of Washington right now. We need Graham Plattner to come in and get rid of the corruption in Washington. Time for new laws.
You know, I'm no expert, Dawn, but and Sean, but I think Pocahontas in that clip really wanted to see Mr. Plattner's teepee.
Yeah, he's a tiny teepee.
Yeah.
You know, I think
she definitely wants to honk his she definitely wants to honk his hedgehog. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I think that what strikes me most about this is that this is the same party that, why are we talking about a candidate from Maine? Because this is a consistent Democrat party that is willing to say anybody, a rape victim, a human trafficked kid, or look at the border, the open borders, and we're all collateral damage. This is the Democrat Party that above all else wants to win, and they'll pretty much do anything to win. On the other hand, they just constantly accuse Republicans of what they have in their party.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's constant. I mean, you're going to play Chrissy Houlihan locally. Remember Neil Young, great guy, local dad, local school teacher. And we met him at the Don Jr. You met him at the Don Jr. event, I think. But Neil Young, he's been to a lot of our different events.
Yeah, he's got the bus.
Really good guy. Yes, with the right Neil Young, not the musician, right?
Right. Yep.
And so, the real Neil Young is married to Daryl Hannah, not this Neil Young. But in any event, Chrissy Houlihan played herself off as this moderate military veteran, who cares about people. Meantime, Chester County, hot mess.
Yep.
So just take that in for a moment. This is consistently the party, whether it's Maine or whether it's the Main Line or Pennsylvania, New Jersey, across the country. This is the party that's willing to throw anybody under the bus for a political win.
That's right. The left will always devour their own.
Yep.
You mentioned
theory.
You mentioned
Always.
Chrissy Houlihan. Let's hear from Houlihan, who was hopeful that Mr. Plattner's candidacy would be successful. 29C, Phil, let's roll it.
You are a military veteran. You are the daughter and granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. What do you make of his claims, and do you support him as a candidate?
So the good news is that I'm not a resident of Maine, and I don't make that choice for the people of Maine. I am hopeful that his candidacy is successful. My understanding is that he has been resoundingly chosen by the people of Maine for the nominee position. We could have a very long conversation about personal foibles, and we are in a world where we are unfortunately constantly confronted with them. I would love to make people understand that it's important to lead by example, and I do try to do that with my own life every single day. And so I will start by leading by my life, and in the way that I would like to see people be elected with the values that I have.
Tremendous pushback from Dana Bash there. Unbelievable journalism. What a bulldog she is as she sits there and absorbs everything from a person with a bad haircut and stupid eyeglasses. Chrissy Houlihan.
She was resoundingly chosen, right? Resoundingly chosen by the people, according to her. I wonder how she feels now. Now that another one of these Democrat candidates who were quote unquote resoundingly chosen by the people have been replaced by not the people, the party.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, go ahead. Continue to the ignorant Democrats out there want to act like, this is terrible. He's got to get out of the race. Keep doing it.
Yeah.
Keep doing it. Keep telling me how talking about potential election fraud with mail-in ballots is a threat to democracy. But you and your party actively subverting the democratic process time and time again.
Right.
Nah, it's fine. That's totally fine, right? Totally fine. Hypocrites, frauds. I have zero patience for these people. None.
Though, in a weird way, I'm going to almost defend Democrat voters for their oblivious or maybe their flippant nature of maybe not even caring that they don't have a true voice. When you've been programmed for 11 years and conditioned to hate the other candidates so bad that maybe they have just become wired to be on board with whoever the opposition is, right? Like, think about this. Most Republican voters love Trump. There are some that tolerate him, some that will sit it out, but very few because it's still the better option, right? Like, Democrats don't love their candidates. They hate MAGA and the Trumpster, right? Like, that's what they've been told. Right. Orange man bad. So in a way, which is really weird if you think about it. We've been doing this show for almost 4 years. Have we ever had a montage or even multiple clips? Dare I even say one single clip of a Democrat voter that ended up on the cut sheet nationwide bitching and moaning that their choice was not listened to by their own party? They just bend over and they take it up the rear because they've been
putting things up
they've
the
been
rear.
spoon-fed to believe the other side is so bad that this is even if you ask them, well, what do you think about candidate X? Well, I don't really. He's the lesser of two evils. That's what my mother-in-law always says.
It's always but Trump though. But Trump. But what about Trump?
But yeah, right. Like there's no admiration and love for the candidate that they are given or they vote for. It's just a means to an end to beat the other side. It's very odd that you would take it that way, right? Sean, think about it this way. You're a Jets fan, but you really don't have a say in who your head coach is. Woody Johnson of Johnson & Johnson and other people in the Jets front office, they decide who your head coach is. They decide who your quarterback is. They make the choice. You don't get to vote for that. In politics, you get to vote for your choice, but on that side of the aisle, you're more like a sports fan. We're telling you what we're presenting to you. Take it or leave it.
Now get in the stadium and wave your towels.
Correct.
Exactly. That's It's a great analogy, actually. It's spot on. When you buy tickets to you buy tickets to a football game, if you're a poor, suffering Jets fan like me, you have no say on who plays quarterback. I mean, you could post on social media and do all this, but you don't have an actual direct say in who runs your team and who plays, who's getting the starting nod under center and who the number one wide receiver is on the depth chart and all this. Okay. In politics, you are supposed to have a direct say in some aspects of the process, not all aspects of the process, because we're not a direct democracy. But in the primary process, the people are supposed to select their candidates. And you have on one side of the aisle, the people selecting candidates and the higher ups in the party going, nope, we need to correct the people. We need to correct their choice. We need to step in because the people are wrong and we know better. And Democrat voters look at this, as we mentioned, bend over and insert straight up the rear end.
Why are you gay?
They take it every single time. And it's how much I get you're into that thing and June and how much of this are you going to tolerate? Aren't you bloody back there? Doesn't it hurt?
Do you think
right? Like, isn't there like pain, bruising? Like, what are we doing?
The Trump era of politics is almost over. We have a little over 2 years. And then he's gone from the political ecosphere, unless he's, calling balls and strikes and shots from afar, like I believe Obama was for his third term. Do you think these Democrats will ever become unprogrammed and go back and say, wow, on second thought, or maybe they won't say, yeah, I had stage 4 TDS. But do you think they'll ever get outraged that they don't have a choice when they no longer have a truly presentable boogeyman? Because they're going to try to present J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio as a continuation of the boogeyman.
Yeah.
But a lot of people aren't going to buy that because Rubio and Vance don't say the things and don't present the same way Trump does, right?
They don't act like Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't act like
Trump. I mean, we said this yesterday. I think like McCain and Bush were very similar in 08, right? Mm-hmm. Like McCain and Bush, same administration, et cetera, but they had the same thought process. They acted the same. So you could say that McCain would have been Bush 2.0. Policy-wise, you could say Marco Rubio would be Trump 2.0 or J.D. Vance would be Trump 2.0. But let's not forget this. The policies that Trump presents are popular, or at least not detestable, many of them among the American people. A lot of the independents are turned off by Trump's behavior and how he says things and his social media game and all this. They don't dislike his policies. Mm-hmm. So if you're going to say, well, Rubio is Trump 2.0 and Rubio wants to deport all the illegals, well, 56% of Americans, as we stand right now, also want to deport all the illegals. So Donald Trump has assumed the 80 side of many, if not all, of the 80-20 issues in this country. So if you're going to do the whole Trump 2.0, but the behavior isn't there that turns most people off, most independents off, that's going to backfire on the Dems too. Mm-hmm. I don't think they're going to be able to deprogram. That is a cult, okay? Every accusation they make against us is something that they're actively doing. The Democrat Party is a cult. They are told, you just mentioned, you're a Jets fan, you're going to go wave your towel for Geno Smith this season. You're going to do that. You're going to chant JETS for Geno Smith and Aaron Glenn and all of these guys on the field for the Jets as we go, 4-13 or whatever the record is going to be this year. However, if we're lucky enough to win 4 games, you're going to get in the stands, you're going to wave the towel because that's your team and that's what you do. In politics, you're supposed to have a say with the way your party conducts itself and the candidates your party puts up. And when your voice is consistently disregarded, if you have that little self-respect, right, and you think this is okay, then there is no fixing you. And I think for a lot of Democrat voters, there's no fixing them. I think they're too far gone. I hope the ones that are upset about this come around, and I hope they come around big time in November. I really do.
What strikes me about all of this, and just to bring it back locally, think about John Fetterman. Mm-hmm. It was May of 2022.
Yep.
The Democrat Party loved him. And he ran against somebody from a big political family in Pennsylvania, Connor Lamb, who was considered a more moderate, so-called mainstream Democrat.
True.
So he has a stroke. They don't disclose it. They cover up the seriousness of it and that sort of thing. He wins the primary. Everything's covered up. There's no media outside of his house. And they cover for him until what does he do? He goes rogue. Now they're going to primary him. Mm-hmm. So yep. Fast forward now to everything that's happening. And that really bolsters, I think, the things that you were saying, Sean, bringing up the fact that Graham Plantner from Maine is involved in this militia group, that maybe there's more to that. And maybe, I'm just thinking out loud, but I think maybe the Democrats are starting to fear that they actually can't control this guy.
And they also, to your point, Dawn, of covering up and trying to suppress information, I mean, they did that with Joe Biden for 2.5 years. Until it became undeniable when he glitched out on that debate stage in Atlanta.
But in this one, they controlled Joe Biden. I mean, they really did, because he was, I mean,
yeah.
he it's pretty obvious what was going on.
I was a
but with
vegetable.
this one, they want followers. I mean, that's the
Right.
point of you saying the sheep. They want sheep. Everybody's a follower. They've been indoctrinated, unfortunately, in a lot of women in colleges and that sort of thing. But in this case, it kind of, you've got me thinking about, and I was looking that up and remembering that, those social media posts, the Reddit posts that they've poo-pooed, that Plattner has tried to distance himself from that. And so I'm just wondering if that's part of the motivation here, that they're starting to think, ruh-roh, this guy's going to go rogue on us. He's another Fetterman.
Yep.
He's going to think for himself.
Right.
And so the point is not that maybe he's going to go cray-cray, but rather that they're not going to be able to control him.
True. And look at Fetterman's voting record, right? He votes with Republicans about 24% of the time. Democrats, in this day and age, you can't vote with the Democrat Party 76% of the time. You need to vote with them 99% of the time.
It's got to be all or nothing.
0 with the Republicans, and then sit one vote out. That's
look what they did with Sinema. Look what they did with Manchin.
Yep.
Same deal.
Right.
And they weren't always voting with Republicans, but if you do it once or twice, you step out of line, you're done. You're cast out.
Yep.
Maybe it's not that they're afraid that Plattner's going to get violent. I think they might be afraid that he's going to get violent now because they're taking him out, and he's not a stable person.
But
it's the right. I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not alleging that. I don't know.
Right.
I think they should be perhaps worried about anybody who would, God forbid, resort to violence. But I don't even think they are caring about that. I think what they care about is A, winning, and then B, and maybe this is close to number one, but controlling that individual. And so perhaps
that's why they rigged it against Bernie.
Right? Because exactly. They
Yeah.
felt like they could control. Yeah, and that happened here in Philadelphia. We were here, the Bernie bros were going nuts over that when that one happened in 2016, and that kind of teed up the Trump victory.
And 2020.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because Bernie Sanders had momentum in 2020 until right before Super Tuesday, and Jim Clyburn, who is a kingmaker in the Democrat Party, Jim Clyburn endorsed Biden, and that got the minority groups and support behind Joe Biden. If Clyburn does not endorse Joe Biden before Super Tuesday, which then forced all of those other big Democrats in that primary to coalesce behind Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders wins the nomination in 2020.
Yep.
So this is because they didn't have the super delegates, right? So they got rid of those. Remember, Hillary got screwed by Obama and the super delegates in 2008.
Yeah, Hillary had more votes than he did.
Yep. And then Bernie got screwed by the super delegates in 2016. Then they got rid of the super delegate. Oh, we don't want it. We want the people to have more of a say. So then they decided to, Clyburn played his game in 2020, where once again the popular, candidate in the Democrat Party was the voters were discarded again, and they forced them to get behind Biden, and then they all get behind Biden in 24, and they get discarded again. I mean, how much more of this are they going to take?
Yeah.
But the answer is, I think they're going to continue to take it because it's just what they're used to. It's like a Stockholm syndrome type deal. They love their captors.
Yep. You mentioned Bernie. We'll wrap with Plattner here. Clip 29B, Phil. Let's get to this guy. I'm so glad that the old guard of Democrats are on the 18th green, whether it's Schumer, Pelosi, Bernie. I'm tired of hearing from them. Tired of seeing them. But let's roll 29B. Bernie says that the Nazi tattoo on Graham's chest, it's no big deal.
When you have a president commenting on a march by Nazis and white supremacists who then declares, well, there are nice people on both sides. Mr. President, there are no nice Nazis.
I'm not overly impressed by a squad of media running around saying, what do you think about the tattoo on Grand Plattner's chest? Between you and me, there might be one or two more important issues.
I've mentioned my wife's crazy uncle who's part Alex Jones, part Bernie Sanders, and I always love to give it to him when he talks about how Bernie's for the people. Bernie Sanders is about himself. He's a fraud. He's got, you can't sit here and tell me capitalism has failed and is a terrible concept and is not equitable for people. As a politician, and Dawn always mentions the salary, $179,000 a year, which, let's be honest, that's just the stuff that shows up on the books with the base, right?
Right.
That's the base compensation.
Right.
Guy has 3 homes, and I'm not talking about $400,000 townhouses. Guy has 3 mansions, and when he's asked about it, in a clip that we played roughly a year ago, he goes, well, my books have done well. You know what? Maybe we should all start writing books, Dawn, because apparently you can own 3 homes with a $179,000 salary, and you publish a bunch of books. Yeah,
oligarchy.
I'm going to write a book. Yeah, Stocker's already told us the way they rate for the New York Times bestseller list is kind of a fugazi process anyway. You can end up number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list for 3 months, and next thing you know, you've got mortgage companies lining up to give you home offers. Apparently, that's how Bernie made his money. But he hates capitalism.
Yep. He hates capitalism, but he's got the 3 houses. He's living it up. He's never had a real job a day in his life, and he is an oligarch. Like, he's the definition of what he's supposed to be. Same with Ro Khanna. Yeah. Oligarchy. We're going to fight the oligarchy. I can't do that from sitting in coach on United. I have to fly with a private jet all across the country. I have a bigger carbon footprint than Bigfoot, but I'm fighting the oligarchy.
Amazing. Yeah. All the people interested in climate change are flying around on private jets. Taylor Swift, Bernie Sanders. Yeah.
We're all getting played.
Tell me about it.
Term limits for all of them.
Amen.
But the media will focus right now, Mitch McConnell, God bless him, in the hospital for 3 weeks, 84 years old.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Tom Kaine Jr., by the way, is back. New Jersey's Tom Kaine. He's back after announcing depression. But, a lot of these individuals, career politicians. And so different media coverage, though, if you're a Republican or a Democrat.
I'm glad you brought that up because I saw last night. Actually, this was around dinner time. NBC News tweeted at 4:40 p.m. yesterday. It's been more than 3 weeks since Senator Mitch McConnell, who turned 84 in February, was admitted to the hospital through his team and has not disclosed why he was hospitalized, nor provided any details about his condition. And I know the stock answer is always HIPAA, and I get it, right? You shouldn't always have to explain your health conditions. But that to me is in the private sector. When you are a public official paid by tax dollars, do you feel like we should know what's going on? Because we pay your salary. Is that a fair question to pose in the world of everybody's health information is nobody's. We live in a world where all of our information, we just give it away with signing up for this service and that app and that streaming device and this credit card, and we put all of our information in a smartphone. Should politicians in elected positions have to provide health details? The president does. The president has to take a physical every year. Why do we not know? And I don't care Republican or Democrat, Senate or the House, governor or mayor. If you are getting a salary from we the people, we should know what's going on to some extent, right? Does anybody do you agree with that or disagree?
Well, it should be
consistent. I agree with that. It's called transparency. I agree with it. Yep, 100%.
Dawn?
Yeah, I think it should all be consistent. I just think, again, we need term limits for everybody.
100%. Right.
It's ridiculous.
I'm not going to live to 84, and this guy's still in office at 84. I'm not going to live to 64, and these guys are in office at 8. With Dianne Feinstein, what was she? She was 90? I think
that was ridiculous.
I mean, it's unbelievable. She was being wheeled in a wheelchair.
Now, reportedly, he was reportedly found unconscious June 14th, received CPR, and suffered what's being reported as an apparent heart attack. Ooh. In his home in Washington, D.C.
Okay.
And there were emergency records that some news outlets had put out there.
Okay.
So I hope, obviously we hope that he's okay and that he recovers fully.
Yeah.
But I think that President Trump is the most transparent, candidate I've ever seen. Quite frankly, he's out there. He's right now out, obviously in Turkey. and for NATO, and that's going on. But as far as his health, everything. And so he just is held to Trump is always held to a different standard.
He gets
all of these other.
Yeah, he gets a bruise on his fist.
Oh.
Yeah, they want to do a Dateline piece on it. Yeah. You know, Mitch McConnell drops over unconscious in his house, and it's like, he's old. Yeah.
Well, you remember last Labor Day, right? They were like, Trump's dead. We haven't seen him. Remember, they was a hoax.
Yeah, because he was golfing and with the grandkids or whatever. He's like,
Well, it is news when he is quiet, right? Like it would be news if Trump's not talking or posting.
Right.
Let's get to two other ones. I'm going to get to these before we get to Rooney. We're done with Plattner from now. We'll get Rooney's thoughts on Plattner coming up.
And Tom Kane Jr. We have to.
Yes,
that's why I brought it up too.
Yes, local story for Rooney, right in his wheelhouse. I'm done with Sonny Hostin. I'm done with the victimhood nonsense. Sonny Hostin for me is now the Michelle Obama of American media. I'll explain why. Phil, clip clip 7. This was Sonny on The View after our nation's 250th. On what gives her fear and anxiety in this country.
And I said this on this show many, many years ago, because this is my 10th year on the show. And I said there are times when I walk into a community and I see American flags all over the community, and I suddenly feel unsafe because there is a section of this country that has co-opted the American flag, and they equate being an American or an American flag with white supremacy. And that should never be the symbol of white supremacy, but they have weaponized.
Because the flag belongs to all of us.
It does belong to all of us. But
Let's cut the sugar honey iced tea right now, Sonny. First of all, you don't walk anywhere, probably. Maybe you walk around your beautiful palatial estate and your gated community. You don't go to the hood. You don't go to Biloxi, Mississippi. You live a good life, and you've been on the show for 10 years. So you've been making 7 figures. Your husband is a doctor. Okay, you haven't had it bad in a long, long time. It's the same crap Michelle Obama says. Like, with all due respect, Michelle, you spent 8 years in the White House. In the White House. Where does she have a home? Nantucket and Hawaii? Last time I checked, very elitist. I'm tired of the people that are not exposed to the rough life that can be in America in certain places based on economics or, being born into the wrong family and you had it rough. Do I feel a little bit bad for people that were born into poverty? Yeah, you started off in a bad spot, but in this country, I believe, you have every opportunity to get out of it. I just don't want to hear from these people anymore. Honest to God, Sean, do you think anybody in Sonny Hostin's tax bracket walks around anywhere in America with identity politics being the backdrop here as a minority female, sees the American flag and becomes uneasy?
Oh, realistically, or are we doing theater?
No, realistically.
No, I don't think anybody's panicking.
Not possible.
The American flag. There's no way. There's no way.
I'm not.
You're not walking into let's say a supermarket and you see an American flag. And you start panicking, right? You start breaking out into hives.
No, look. If Sonny,
you mentioned in Sonny Hostin's tax bracket, probably not. No. But the Antifa types who have an actual mental or disorder and illness, they probably start scratching a little bit. But I would say the Hostins of the world, no, they're not. They're thankful. Are you kidding me? Or else they would leave. Mm-hmm. You could go to a country that doesn't fly our flag. Yeah. None of them will do that though because they're frauds.
And these little trained seals at the View, when they look up at the sign and it says applaud, clap, you can clap now. Come on. So bad. Last one, and this is great. I always love when we go down and take a trip down memory lane. A lot of times it's to expose people's hypocrisy. Play a clip from 2014 and then play a clip from 2026 where they completely contradict themselves. But sometimes people call it and see it coming decades in advance. That applies to Marco Rubio. Clip 6 here. As Marco Rubio, way back in the year 2000. No, that can't be right. Has to be 2020. I don't think it's 2000. Marco Rubio predicted the rise of democratic socialism in America. Let's roll clip 6.
Democratic socialism sounds benign, but at the core of democratic socialism is Marxism. And at the core of Marxism is this fake offer that if you turn over more of your individual freedom, we're going to provide you security. We're going to provide you free healthcare. We're going to provide you free education. But the problem is that when they can't deliver on it, or when you're not happy with it, you don't get your freedoms back. And by freedoms, I don't just mean elections. I'm talking about the right to choose your own doctor, the right to make healthcare decisions for yourself, what your kids learn in school, what schools they go to. All that stuff you lose control over, and you don't get it back just because the security they promised you didn't happen. So that's what we're on the verge of having to decide here in this country. It's the reason why people flee countries that have this stuff. It's a big deal for America, and I hope people start waking up to that reality.
I mean, think about that. That was even before the progressive backdrop to the Harris-Biden administration. He was talking about this, right? I mean, incredibly smart guy, lays it out perfectly. And unfortunately, there are so many when the combination of dumb and desperate usually leads to a lot of poor choices. And when you're desperate and you're stupid and you don't understand that this blueprint has failed, objectively, there's nobody's going to sit here and try to champion socialism succeeding anywhere on this planet. And that's what you're relegated to. And then, oh, by the way, you lose your rights. You're sold a bill of goods, Sean, that, well, the government's going to take care of you. And what was it that Reagan said? The 9 most scary words? Yeah. Hi, I'm here from the government and we're here to help, or something to that effect.
From the government, I'm here to help.
Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, look, and Rubio knows this with his family escaping Cuba.
Yeah.
This is, you saw Venezuela. We've seen the countless examples. There was a great post that was made yesterday, from space in the dark, nighttime, North Korea versus South Korea. And you see South Korea, all the lights are on. You see all these bustling cities and all this. And then just north of that, that border, it's dark. And there's one little spot where there's lights in North Korea. And that's Pyongyang, right? With Little Rocket Man. He's got the lights on, but nobody else has their lights on. You see it all over the place. But in this country, you have, we'll do it the right way. There is no right way. There's no right way. They like to point to the Scandinavian, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. Norway, they do socialism the right way. We're going to do it the right way. Norway, Denmark, Sweden,
Not
Finland.
people.
You ask those people and you ask those governments, hey, are you socialists? They said, no, we're not socialists. They're a capitalist nanny state. They tax the snot out of their citizens, and those taxes go to social services. That does happen. And that is an element of socialism. You know what they don't do, though? In Norway, Denmark, Sweden, you know what they don't do over there? They don't give those services out to non-citizens. They don't give those services out to illegals. They don't have an immigration problem. So their systems aren't strained to death like they're strained here. Now, I'm not saying that I'm advocating for that to come here. I don't want high taxes. I want the free market to be able to dictate, whose businesses succeed and whose businesses fail and all of that. But when they point towards this is the right way to do it, well, you're already not doing it the way Norway, Denmark, and Sweden does it because they don't give these services out to non-citizens. We do. And that's the problem. Mm-hmm. That's the problem.
Agreed. 855-839-1210. That is how you jump aboard. Rooney just checked in. He's stuck in a little bit of traffic, but we'll kick it off with him around 8:45, he says. ETA 8:45 for Rooney Tuesday. We'll get to your call on the other side. I know somebody wants to jump in. Of course, I have no name up there. I have 3 cities in 2 states, but no name. So we'll take this guy who goes by the name Belmar, New Jersey, Deptford. I doubt that's his real name. Maybe we could fix that. That'd be nice. And we'll continue the cut sheet on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Farish in for Stocker. We're back after this.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
A simple piece of paper. It's something we use every day. For the most part, it does what it's designed to do. It sits there flat on your desk as a placeholder for information. But with a couple strategic folds, suddenly your flat piece of paper becomes an airplane and flies across the room. Your 401k is kind of like that flat piece of paper. It just sits there as a placeholder for your money. Alan Cohen of Spectrum Wealth Partners can show you those strategic moves to take your 401k from just sitting there to creating the income you need for retirement. Call today for a free no-obligation meeting. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30-plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It is 8:35. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we are live on this Tuesday morning, a Rooney Tuesday that will officially get underway in just about 10 minutes. Matt Rooney, Save New Jersey, coming up shortly, so stay tuned
Rooney
for that.
Is allegedly Irish for late. If you, look at the old Gaelic translation of the name Rooney, it's not on time.
It's funny that you say that, because when he texted me, he said, running a little bit later than I have been as of late, which to his credit, he's had about a 6-week stretch where he's absolutely been on time. But today, the road crews that are out there cleaning up from yesterday's debacle that was the excess rain and storms.
Debacle
have caused. Well, and we're going to get to Miss Candace coming up in a little bit.
Debacle
with the cut sheet. So stay tuned for that. Actually, speaking of Rooney being late, why don't we actually, because we mentioned this, Sean, you actually brought it up during Dawn's news. Let's go, Phil, if we can, to where? Okay, yeah, the 12s. So the BJ's Wholesale in Monmouth County, New Jersey, where the roof collapsed in the back of the BJ's where the bakery was. I believe we have security and aftermath. Let's roll the security camera, which was 12A. Look at this. They got all the donuts, the rolls, the bagels, shoppers, and kaboom! Look at that, Farish. Completely.
Never happened if it was Costco.
Completely caves. What do you think? I mean, how much? That's got to be hundreds of gallons of water just pouring through there.
Yeah. That's what happens when you do a roof party and you invite Chris Christie. You know, you tell him free donuts on the roof. He'd come up there. I'm happy nobody got hurt.
Yeah,
because it looked like. I mean, that looked like that could have hurt or killed somebody if they were in the wrong spot. Right. So I'm happy nobody got hurt.
Let's go to the aftermath, Phil. Clip 12B, as I believe this is what was left over in the aisles of the store. Look at this.
That's a lot of water. Holy. Wow. It's like a river.
Legitimately shopping.
This is
through a flooded BJ's. Couple inches of water right there.
That's crazy.
All below the items that you can buy in bulk. Jimmy, turn the audio down a little bit. Are you deaf? Jesus. Look at this. The flowers, all the furniture. By the way, do not buy furniture at BJ's. Go to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Look at that.
And there's the outdoor. Well, you're still in there. What are you doing?
What do you want to do? Get stuck in there? Dope.
Now, here's what could have been great. Assuming that everybody is safe afterwards. If we had a fight club that broke out. Wet BJ's Wholesale Fight Club. It's got potential.
I may have to clip that wet BJ's from you.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Put it on the board.
Do it. I don't know.
Pull it out
Maybe
later.
That's
fine. Do it while Stocker's not here. We'll get away with it.
By the way, I got this.
Yeah.
Oligarchy.
I did that during the break.
Your oligarchy has more vitriol to it, though. My oligarchy is more subdued. Let me find it here. I got too many pages these days. Here you go.
Oligarchy.
Yeah, mine's more conversational. Yeah. Give me yours.
Yeah.
Oligarchy.
Yeah, here's mine.
Oligarchy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Speaking of
that one from the one that I have is from a speech he gave at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. He's Americans will say no to the oligarchy.
Oligarchy.
That's going to be my Bernie training. I'm gonna play Bernie Pong with that till I learn how to do it the right way. Oligarchy.
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 See?
Oligarchy.
Oligarchy. See?
Bernie Pong.
You're now watching. This is voice training in real time, right? This is what it is. That's it.
There you go. 855-839-1210. We have a name up finally. Daniel in Belmar, New Jersey. Daniel, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, Daniel?
Hi, good morning. You touched on Mitch McConnell earlier. My prayers go out to him and his family. I hope that the best for them. However, what I believe as far as not sharing information is concerned, I don't think it's nothing new. I've seen it many times before. But my belief is the word of public servant, the words of public servant, it's not a derogatory term. It's what these folks choose to be. They choose to be public servants, so that's what they are. They have to be transparent on every level. I think the issue starts from the beginning when they're brought in and they receive offices and private staff and decorating budgets and the whole 9 yards. It totally takes their mind off of what they're supposed to be doing. And I think that setup needs to change, and it needs to change, fast and big in order to get them back into practicing every day what they're supposed to be doing, and that is public service and transparency.
Right. Do it for us and make it about us, not about themselves. That's why. And I do think, Sean, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but I do think two things. Most politicians are scumbags. Not all of them, but a vast majority. That being said, I do think there are a select few that go in there with the right intentions. but it's the swamp that ultimately, whether it's at a local level, a state level, or a federal level, eventually they give in, they cave, and they become part of the problem as opposed to being part of the solution. You mentioned one guy that does he have skeletons in his closet? Perhaps. Go down to Tennessee. Who's the guy? I forget. It's not Andy Ogles. Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett seems like a guy who, for the most part, is a straight shooter. He calls it the way he sees it. He's a little obsessed with aliens and UFOs, but for the most part,
he likes Bigfoot too.
And he loves Bigfoot. All right, so he's certain things that appeal to him. There's a few guys out there and gals that I think genuinely have their heart in the right place. But I'd probably say it's about 2 or 3%.
Yeah, it's very, very low. You look at a guy like Burchett, his heart's in the right place. Andy Ogles, his heart's in the right place. I love Andy Ogles. I mean, we will crawl over broken glass to help that guy. He just celebrated a birthday not too long ago too. It was a lot of fun out there with him. He's a cool dude. We might be seeing him again this Saturday. But there's not enough. As our caller just pointed out, these folks, they choose to enter into public service, and then they get all these, frills, decorating budgets and all that. Just go to D.C., vote on legislation, and work for the people. That's all we want you to do. I don't care what your office looks like. We don't need to know about decorating budgets. We don't need to know about all this other extracurricular crap. Just do your job. You go to a restaurant, they ask you, sir, ma'am, how do you want your steak cooked? You tell them, they bring it out. If it's right, it's good. They serve you well, you give them a tip. Sure. You're more likely to come back. If not, you go choose someplace else. It's pretty much that simple. And unfortunately, in the American political system, it's been overcomplicated due in large part to money.
Yes.
There's too much money in that industry.
That's correct.
Too much.
You're right. All right, one last one, and then I think we will have Rooney. Yesterday, the Tyler Robinson hearing was back in action on a Monday.
It's going to be all this week.
Yep.
The preliminaries.
Yep.
The preliminary hearing,
yes.
Yeah.
We saw some of the footage, Erica Kirk and family heading into the courtroom. I believe the first time she has been in the same facility as the alleged killer, Tyler Robinson.
Yep.
And Phil, this is clip 32 as a judge presiding at the bench here in this trial, or this hearing specifically, visibly flinches at new footage of Charlie Kirk's shooting during the Tyler Robinson hearing. Let's roll this.
That's Judge Graff.
Yeah, he's sitting there watching at his monitor.
You could tell how uneasy.
Yeah.
So it's significant. Gruesome. Erica Kirk and his parents were in the courtroom. They left before this so that the judge was reviewing all of these different videos.
Yep.
Because the process in Utah is that the prosecution is proving they have enough to move forward with a murder trial.
And Utah, I believe, has the firing squad,
yes,
correct?
They want the death penalty if they get the conviction.
Not only death penalty, I would love to see this guy killed the same way. He deserves it.
Tyler Robinson has not entered a plea yet.
He's not.
It's very important. He has not entered a plea yet. The defense team has the only thing they have to fight for at this point is guilty plea to get the death penalty off the table.
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah,
that's why they haven't entered a plea yet. They haven't entered not guilty, because if they did, the death penalty stays on the table.
Yeah.
Their angle is, let's get the death penalty out of here. And if I'm the prosecution and I have an ironclad case, no way.
I agree.
No way.
And I think this is ironclad.
Why are you going to house this guy for the rest of his life? 23 years old? No.
This guy will be convicted as quickly as Carmelo Anthony was convicted in the Austin Metcalf case. I think it's open and shut. And you know me, I will always entertain any conspiracy theory. I mean, I have my own on Butler, PA. But in this case specifically, I don't believe there were other actors. I think it was Tyler Robinson. And and this is kind of the backdrop to the case, and it's still going to be out there. I saw a bunch of people fighting on X again over, Erica Kirk and Candace Owens. I just find it, and look, you're entitled to say whatever you want, especially on social media where some of the dumbest opinions exist. But the whole Erica Kirk benefits from this, and why was she not like? Who are you as another human being to tell another human being how they should grieve, or what your definition or what the optics of grieving should look like when your husband was assassinated in front of thousands of people? And I just found it disgusting. Look, we can, in this party, a big tent party, the Republican Party, you are more than welcome to agree with or disagree with anything you want on your side of the aisle. Again, I don't know if Tucker and Megyn Kelly are doing it for clicks and pivots for grifting, or if it's their honest change of heart. And to be honest, I really don't care. But like the whole Erica Kirk thing just got so like, I mean, can she grieve? As she doesn't go out of her way seeking attention. She was relatively off the grid other than a few turning point events and an occasional Fox News interview. Fetterman's been on Fox News more than Erica Kirk. And it's all this was spearheaded by people like Candace Owens, who, Sean, you always do a great job of saying, okay, it's day 37, it's day 52. When are you going to show us the receipts? And it's a grift. It's a grift.
And the whole thing about Erica Kirk, you know, there are people say that, oh, she's performative, she's this, she's that. And it's like, again, who are you to judge this woman after what she's been through? Yeah. I don't want anyone to go through a situation like that. A mother of young children, husband murdered in front of the world, essentially on, you know, what is like live TV, because it was live streamed on the internet. And immediately, as soon as it happened, the video of him getting shot and bleeding out was all over the place. You could not escape it. So you have that. I don't know her. I have no idea how she is, how she processes trauma. Everybody's different. So at that point, I say, I'm not even going to even formulate an opinion on how she's grieving, because I'm no expert in this. I've never experienced something like this. Okay. Now, if there are people who want to take issue with the way she's running Turning Point USA and some of the decisions, that fine, whatever, that's fine. She's the CEO of the company and the organization. You think there's a different way to do it. You have a problem with some people who are running things on the staff. I don't have an issue with that type of criticism. Okay. But to insinuate that, oh, she benefits from this, and to insinuate and imply, because that's what they're doing. They're not making direct accusations, people like Candace. They're making these make the implicit allegation by asking the question. It's so cowardly, really, when you think about it. Well, I'm just asking questions. No, you're not. You are making statements and you are levying accusations via loaded questions. It's the quintessential cliche. When did you stop beating your wife? Well, when you ask that question, you're making the assumption that at one point in time, the person who you're asking beat their wife. Okay. That's the issue here. That's what they're doing here to Erica Kirk. And it's gross. It is. It's gross. I have no allegiance to the woman. I have never met her. I don't have an opinion on her. I think what happened to her husband was terrible. I feel for her. I feel for her kids. I feel for that entire family. And that's where it is. Truth be told, I was never even a big follower of Turning Point USA. I think they did great work. I went to one of their conventions. No problem. They did excellent work on the ground, ballot chasing and getting young people involved. I'm not even paying attention to how she's running the organization. That doesn't matter to me. The vitriolic, and I don't know if it's for clicks or because the algorithm boosts content, it's so gross. You've got nothing better you have nothing of value to offer. You got to go down this road and shame this woman. Because why? Because Candace Owens told you so? And I'm sorry, but I get jealous, scorned woman vibes from Candace. She wanted to be with Charlie, and Erica Kirk won Charlie, and she didn't. And I think that's what you're watching now. He was my friend. He was her husband and the father to her children. Okay?
2 little kids.
So don't give me this, he was my friend nonsense. You're the one who took it the hardest. Candace is the one. It's always about Candace. It's so gross. It is so, it's like all my children's soap opera level, cliche, gross, grimy. It's just disgusting.
Yeah.
11 a.m. Eastern time, which is 8 a.m. Pacific time in Utah. So 11 o'clock our time today. the proceedings will continue in that Utah courtroom.
Yep.
Prosecutors presenting evidence for the murder case against Tyler Robinson, 23 years old. Kirk was 32 years old, husband, father of 2 young kids, beloved Christian conservative, founded youth organization Turning Point USA, and did, of course, campaign and befriend President Trump.
Yeah. I think sometimes in media, some people try to be so unique and cut through that they end up making an ass out of themselves. And I think that's what Candace Owens has done. She makes a fool of herself all the time, yet has a massive following, presumably does very well financially by the amount of people that consume her content. And it's just one of those things. Again, look, say whatever you want. I'm just going to react to what you say if we ever discuss it. And I think you're absolutely crazy. And if you have nothing else to offer and you have a microphone and a platform the size that you do, and this is all you can come up with, it's pretty sad because there's plenty of stuff out there. And sometimes the answers are out there and they're obvious. And you don't need to be the unique voice with the hot take that says something or by saying something that is completely incorrect or just not verifiable. And again, if you have receipts, well, then please show them, right? Like Bongino, and great job, Sean. I saw when I was on vacation that you did a couple of shows for Bongino and you crushed it. Bongino is now calling out Tucker Carlson to reveal the, was it text messages, I believe?
Text messages. Because Tucker said that Dan told him that Donald Trump, quote, shut down the Butler investigation. And Dan on his show read the texts and said, well, you're going to say this. Here's what was said. He said, Tucker, you have permission to release all of it. Oh, I don't want to, Tucker said. I don't want to. This is what these hidden knowledge grifters do. By the way, today is July 7th, 2026. It has been now 96 days since Alex Jones said, well, Kash Patel's going to be fired today, according to an inside source.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
You came to the right place. I'm going to eat you, too, if you don't know. Look, I'll get in my belly. This is my problem. The internet, social media, we are in the short attention span generation. People are like, why are you still going on about Alex Jones 96 days later? Because you forgot and are giving it a pass. Okay? I'm making a point. This guy does this all the time. And he's not the only one, but he's an easy person to focus on. They make predictions. They sell you on. I got the special knowledge and the prediction. I'm gonna Kash Patel is gonna be fired today because Kyle Seraph and the Glory Hole gangster told me. Like this is what they do. They pretend to have hidden information. Then the prediction doesn't happen, but they're on to something 30, 40, 50 yards away now on a whole different side of the field where you forget about the fact that they swung and missed at another prediction. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Okay, I do the same thing to the QAnon freaks who make crazy prediction. So and so, look, a Q drop. So and some fat F on 4chan wrote a cryptic message, and it means this, that, and the other. And then when that doesn't happen, well, let's the white hats are in control. Okay, great, wonderful, good. So you've never been wrong. Hold these people who are making these wild predictions accountable. Hey, if you get it wrong, just come out and say, "I got fed bad information, guys." I'll be better.
We all make wrong
time.
predictions.
That's what I'm looking for.
If you're in the opinion business, you're going to be wrong a certain percentage of the time, no matter what. That's what opinions are, right? They're not they're not they're not absolutes. If we just waited for everything to play out in real time, it would be boring. We pontificate. Right. If you're wrong, so be it.
Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone has one, and they all stink.
Yes. 8 o'clock hour was presented by Crystal Cave Park. For a fun summer attraction, visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Always a cool 54 degrees when you're amongst the stalactites and the stalagmites. Visit crystalcavepa.com. Crystal Cave Park in nearby Kutztown, Pennsylvania. The coolest summer attraction. Fight Club is cool, usually, although it's always heated because it's Fight Club. We'll get to that in 15 minutes. Rooney, whenever Rooney gets through, whatever Rooney's trying to get through on a Rooney Tuesday, 9 o'clock hour next.
Hey, you've heard me talk about Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran-founded supporters of Travis Manion Foundation, and you've heard me talk about the Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split that my guys Marvin E. Cann's installed in our home office about a year and a half ago. It has been a game changer. Love it. So my guys putting their money where their mouths are. For every Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning mini split unit installed, Marvin E. Cann's is going to donate $100 to Travis Manion Foundation. Just visit them, marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Have you been putting off going to the dentist or addressing that complex dental procedure you've been putting off? Well, stop procrastinating. I want to talk to you about my friend, my dentist, and the undisputed master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike is my dentist, my family's dentist, and he is the dentist that other doctors and dentists go to and refer their patients to. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. He's been recognized by his peers for 12 years in a row as the master of complex dentistry. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. Dr. Mike, it's about compassion and commitment to your health. So when it comes to your health, including your dental health, which is key, you want the best. You deserve the best. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from Dr. Mike last year, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family, and the whole Zioli family goes to see Dr. Mike Veneria. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminster and Woodbury, make your appointment today, veneriadental.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
See website for details. MyFastCash.com is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
The mechanic called. The repair's going to be $750.
Oh, we got rent and the car payment. On top of groceries, gas, and other bills. We don't have an extra $750 right now.
We could try MyFastCash.com. When short on expenses, you can go to MyFastCash.com and can get money as soon as the next day.
MyFastCash.com?
Yes, they can connect you to one of the largest lender networks. And you can get a loan even with bad credit. We could be approved for up to $5,000 fast.
$5,000? That must be a long process.
Nope, approval can happen in just a few minutes right from your phone. And funds could hit our account by tomorrow.
If you have a regular source of income and a bank account, you could be approved for up to $5,000, even with bad credit history. And the cash can hit your bank account the next day.
Honey, I'm going to MyFastCash.com right now.
Thank goodness.
If you need extra cash, go to MyFastCash.com. That's MyFastCash.com. MyFastCash.com.
Loan availability, approval, and funding times vary. Terms apply.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
So tell us a little bit more about the Morgan & Morgan law practice.
We sitting here talking about law practice? It's not a game. Not a game. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, we got full court domination.
No more questions.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 9:04. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Final hour here on a Tuesday morning, brought to you by Wawa. Hoagie Fest is back. And this year, it's a meal deal. Grab any shorty hoagie, any Hers chips, and a fountain drink for just $6. Make it a classic for $8. Gotta have a Wawa. Gotta have Fight Club. That's coming up in just over 5 minutes.
I don't have a shorty hoagie, by the way. I have a big, beautiful hoagie. Nobody's ever seen a hoagie this big.
They called it a foot long, sir.
They call it as a foot. As a foot is a small. I have a big foot. You know, you look at it, it's multi-foot. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
I got a Whopper of a big 3 coming up.
What's that, Dawn?
I got a Whopper of a big 3 coming up in an hour.
Ooh.
Whopper.
A Whopper.
I got a big one.
Burger King involved?
For you.
Burger King.
Well, I don't know.
Burger
you guys
King?
were talking about your big one. So
Yeah.
You know.
I like that.
Dawn, I was talking about. I was simply talking about sandwich.
Oh.
Dawn's like, I'll raise your big one and spot you 3. I've got 3 of them. By the way, whatever happened to that Burger King CEO? Remember him when he was taste testing all of his food? Remember we played that clip and he was like asking for feedback, and then Farish called
Didn't
in.
we leave him a voicemail?
You did. You did.
And then he zipped it.
That's 47. I think you promoted the Big
Any
Mac.
more seafood gone missing in the city of brotherly love?
I don't think so. But you're here
Europeans aren't stealing anything?
You're here all week, so we still have time for a tuna heist.
We need. I cannot believe a couple years ago, Dawn came in here with the tuna heist, and it's not solved.
No?
Like it is an unsolved.
That's right.
There should be like a Netflix documentary about this.
Unsolved
like
mysteries.
Unsolved mysteries.
Yeah, where's Robert Stack at when you need him?
Exactly.
I think he's dead, by the way.
Brad Meltzer, you know, decoded.
What happens
Where's the
first? The solving of the tuna heist, or Bernie Sanders issuing a statement on Graham Plattner?
Dun, 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 dun.
Because
I think
didn't
the
Bernie
tuna
tell
heist-
us silence is violence?
Oh.
Wasn't that a quote from
Something
Bernie
like that.
years ago?
True.
I just checked both of his social media feeds in the last, both his government account and his personal account. And I see tweets about
Climate change.
How much Microsoft.
It is too hot in the summer.
Here was Bernie 18 hours ago. Last year, Microsoft made $101 billion in profit, got a $12.5 billion tax break from Trump, and its paid CEO was $96 million. And then on his other account, his last tweet was about AIPAC and other billionaire-funded super PACs. And then 20 hours ago, there's a clip of him, his own video, talking about the oligarchs within big tech. Nothing about his
oligarchy.
Nothing about his endorsed candidate, Graham Plattner.
It is too hot in the summer. It is too cold in the winter. We have to fight the oligarchy and climate change. I'm getting there with Bernie.
You
guys.
are.
I'm getting there.
Could you do a Bernie-Trump debate and do it to the point where you could just do it on the fly without having to chop it up and pause it? And
I know. I have been asked so many times. I've been asked a lot recently because I debuted the Bernie. You know, it's been leaking out. The Bernie has been seeping through, and so I did it a little bit on Bongino last week, and people are saying they want now Bernie Trump, and it's got to be, you know, I have to figure out now how I'm going to do this. As I probably could do it on the fly, but Trump might start sounding like Bernie. Bernie might start sounding like Trump. Like it might get a little.
Don't cross the streams.
We may cross the streams. There may be a little bit of like crossbreeding that happens there.
That's
right. We talk about fighting the oligarchy. We're going to fight the oligarchs.
Fight Club in 2 minutes. Let me play one clip here from the soccer match last night. Actually, this was before the match because so many
Why
people.
would you do that right before Fight Club?
Oh, this is all about
tune out now.
No. This is all about patriotism. Nobody's going to tune out. They're going to love this. The entire stadium in Seattle singing the national anthem. Phil, this is clip 28. This is probably the highlight of the night when it comes to America in soccer because they lost to Belgium 4-1. But before the match got started, I've never seen this much patriotism in Seattle, Washington. I mean, think about Seattle, right? Socialism, progressivism, Katie Wilson or Katie Porter, a lot of Katies in Seattle running these cities. Let's roll clip 28. That was great. And then we had the kickoff, and then basically,
good night, everybody.
That's all she wrote for America. But it was amazing.
It was.
Yeah.
You know what's
That's
also
cool.
equally amazing, and this should drive everybody nuts, like the fact that because Donald Trump is the president, that you would root against your own country in a sporting event.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I've got a headline here from the New York Times. Excited but shocked. U.S. soccer fans struggle with Trump's FIFA call. Now, if you want to give me the keep politics out of sports line, I think you're stretching it a little bit, but okay, I'll spot you that. Don't you want to see America win? And if the president makes a call to FIFA,
I do,
to get the better player back on the field, or the pitch, I should say, why are you opposed to that? If Biden would have done that, if Biden would have done that, I would have said, great, I want to beat Belgium. I don't care that Joe Biden did it. I really don't.
Right.
It's unbelievable.
Well, first of all, you're an American, so you say field. You're not one of these.
The soccer, but they get mad if you don't call it pitch.
I don't care what they get mad.
There are
As a matter of fact,
soccer
I like when they
elitists
get
out
mad.
there. Use the right
Yeah,
terminology or
snobs.
they won't embrace you.
I don't need to be embraced. I don't want to be embraced by people like that. These diseased, sweaty, no AC Europeans with Ebola are going to get mad at me. That's fine. All right. That's fine.
And then, how about this?
By the way,
yeah,
it's no coincidence that there is a diarrhea parasite in New York after the World Cup started. I'm just saying. Okay.
It started
That's
in
it.
Michigan.
It's been in 18 states too, right? We have it here,
but
right?
Yep.
But it was
Pennsylvania.
imported by World Cup travelers.
No.
100%.
Jersey,
Yes.
Jersey, right, Don? Jersey has it too.
Jersey.
In fairness, that's always
Pennsylvania,
existing in Jersey.
Michigan.
Maybe that's why Rooney's late. Maybe he's on the toilet and he can't stop.
There he is.
There he is.
Explosive. Do you have explosive diarrhea?
Rooney, do you have a parasite in your body?
Everyone in New Jersey has a parasite in their body.
I just said that. See?
Oh,
we're on the same page.
Okay. Jimmy
There
Kelly,
you go.
do you want to play the Rooney Tuesday intro?
No, we're just going to.
I don't think I deserve it.
Jimmy says no.
I don't think I deserve it.
Jimmy says I got a lot going on.
No,
here.
I'm going to do it.
Don't worry about it.
No, we're just going to do it live. Hello, Rooney Tuesday, here on Kayal and Company, sitting in his home in Jersey. 90s on time, please.
Pretty good, Jimmy.
Nice job.
One take, Kelly. I like that.
I think the acoustic version's better.
I like the
maybe
version.
a little bit creepier.
I like the version where your microphone is working and you're not talking into your computer. You'll be able to get that worked out or no?
No, I stole my wife's Beats headphones.
You sound a lot like Jake Tapper interviewing a alleged rape victim.
It's true.
On the conch shell, right?
Yeah, on the conch shell.
Can you hear me now?
That's right. That's right.
Rooney,
I
I
had to call
gotta
Phil
ask
via
you-
smoke signal.
I got to ask you, do you know of the whereabouts of Chris Christie yesterday in reference to the BJ's roof collapse? Was he in the vicinity?
Yeah, I mean there was a trail of Krispy Kreme donuts half eaten, leading back to Mendham.
Only half eaten. It might not have been Chris Christie because he doesn't leave anything behind. Leave no donut behind.
Well, he had to roll pretty fast to get away. So yeah, he might have dropped some. He might have dropped some accidentally. I mean, it's the only way physically something like that could happen. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm not convinced it was water. It had to be our fattest governor taking a break to eat his donuts. He didn't want to do it on the go.
Mm-hmm.
That was horrible. I
Just
cannot
asking
believe
questions.
that no one was hurt.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that no one was hurt there.
Pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
All right. Just in time, Rooney joins us here on a Rooney Tuesday. Jimmy Kelly, 9:14. Let's get to a Tuesday edition of Fight Club.
Well, they say he can't see, but it is Tuesday, and it's a Rooney Tuesday, and it's time for Kayal and Company Fight Club, where fights equal ratings. And let's improvise this.
You got knocked out, man. We are going to knock you out. I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you come to the right place.
Jimmy Kelly just did Jasmine Crockett and Alex Jones on the fly.
And Chris Tucker from Friday.
And Chris Tucker. And Ferris, you can't give me Bernie and Trump on the fly? I got to call violation, bro.
That is unbelievable. Don't give me a violation. I'll get Trump to call and get the violation suspended.
Play the Trump
There's no
card.
violations.
Well done, Jimbo. Okay, so I
That
think
was great.
I'm looking at it in the hopper here. We have looks like a brawl on a summer night, probably in a red state. I wouldn't be surprised if this was Texas or Georgia or Florida, and it's outside of a pub or a set of bars. This might be Nashville. I'm not even sure, but it looks like, dare I say, military veterans in the background trying to regain order and break this up. Phil Omquist, let's bring it back to scratch and let's roll this bad boy.
Oh, this is Memphis.
Oh, and that's a knockout.
Yeah, this is Memphis. I think I sent you this one yesterday.
Oh, you did. That's right, Sean. Yes, you did.
And these are National Guardsmen that are in this.
Look at this.
Yeah, this is a fight and a half. I'm never going to fight. Street Profits.
It's the Street Profits. Can you imagine?
They don't want the smoke.
You're a National Guardsman.
Yep.
And this is what you signed up for? I mean, there's just bodies all over the street.
Angelo Dawkins in Montez, Florida.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And now here come the police. Well, I tell you what.
Horses.
And on horseback, yeah.
Yeah.
You couldn't pay me to be a cop in Memphis. Couldn't. Not a salary I would take. They could come to me.
You couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to be in Memphis.
No.
Period.
No.
A cop, nothing. Notwithstanding.
It's the hellhole of Tennessee. It's It's Kensington in Western Tennessee. That's what Memphis is
now. It's tame now that the National Guard is. You see the National Guard there. You know, Governor Lee and I believe one of the mayor of Memphis, or Shelby County, one or the other. Both brought them in to crack down on violent crime.
Okay.
It's been a success cracking down on violent crime. Obviously, this is still going to happen.
Right.
You know, it's Memphis, but this is, Memphis has been, and I know somebody who was in the National Guard and who was deployed out there, and said that it is night and day. Based off when they got there versus now.
Right.
But it's still Memphis.
Was Memphis one of the cities that Trump wanted to send federal law enforcement into? And
he did, because he worked with Governor Lee in Tennessee, and he worked with local authorities in Shelby County and in Memphis, and it has worked. It has worked very well. This notwithstanding, but
sure.
But there has been a decrease in the violent crime.
Not to put you on the spot if you don't know, but I'm assuming the mayor of Memphis is a Democrat. Do you know who the mayor is, and were they welcoming to Trump's proposal, or did they provide resistance initially?
From what I understand, the mayor of Memphis and obviously Governor Lee is a Republican. They were open to it.
Okay.
They played ball.
Yeah,
There
of course,
wasn't
Bill Lee.
resistance,
I
from what
totally
understand.
expect Bill Lee to be on board with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there
They
you
do a
have it.
great barbecue, though, for what it's worth.
Oh, yeah. I've gone to a golf event in Memphis. Food is fantastic. You just want to be out of there when the sun sets.
Remember, that was the famous when Trump also toured the home of Elvis, Graceland.
Oh, that's
That
right.
was all that.
That's right.
Yeah.
I got along well with Elvis. I called him Pelvis Presley. You know that he used his hips.
Pelvis
We're doing one of his songs. You look at one of his songs. We're doing this with the illegals. It's called Return to Sender. We're sending them out. Return to Sender. They said to me, Elvis, Pelvis said to me, sir, you ain't nothing but a hound dog, sir. I said, don't call me that.
Did you, when you're,
I don't know why this afternoon thing is so hard to figure out. Just put Sean and Jimmy Kelly on a program and have them do impressions for 2 or 3 hours.
Hey, you know what?
Who do I talk to?
Jimmy Kelly does a great Sean Hannity.
Don't
so
give
we
him
can do
any
like
ideas.
our own.
Don't give him any ideas.
Jimmy Kelly
'cause
can
they'll do
continue
it.
to cut off Trump the whole time because that's how Sean Hannity does his interviews, and the whole thing.
Let's do a run through now, Sean. You talk as Trump.
Let's do it.
No, hold on. Let's do it on the. We got a break. We'll set this up on the other side. I want to have and Rooney. You just kind of teed up something brilliant here. This is why we love having Rooney on, an intelligent human being.
There had to be a reason because I'm never here on time.
That's
so.
right. That's right. See, when you have brains, punctuality be damned. We will do a debate, and I want rotating voices. I want Jimmy Kelly, Sean Farish to alternate impressions on whatever. We'll come up with a topic, and you guys can go into everything that you have in your Rolodex of impressions. This will be must-listen radio. We'll do it on the other
Whose line
side.
is it anyway?
Right.
Yeah.
And we're going to do this, A, because it was a brilliant idea by Rooney, and B, honestly, I have nothing left to say for today. I've spilled my bucket. Coming up next.
I do have a heist.
Oh, even better.
Oh, yes.
For Sean.
Yes. See,
Yes.
the show sheet is a very flexible document, folks. Very flexible. We don't even need. I'm just going to throw the show sheet.
Tear it up.
There it goes. Kaboom.
Yeah.
We're back after this.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Craving real barbecue? Head to Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey. Voted Best of South Jersey Barbecue for 14 years. Open Friday through Sunday from noon till 7. Featuring St. Louis-style ribs, beef brisket, burgers, and an all-you-can-eat buffet every Sunday. Dine inside, relax outside, grab takeout, or let Henry's Hots cater your next event with full-service catering. Find them at 1003 Black Horse Pike in Folsom or visit bestbbqsj.com. Henry's Hots Barbecue. Real Texas-style barbecue done right. D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms or visit DKAppliances.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
925, Kayal Company. It is a Rooney Tuesday. This segment brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Feel the future of luxury with the all-new Infiniti QX65, where bold design meets effortless performance. Elevate every drive with advanced technology and refined comfort. Now available at Infiniti Westchester and Infiniti Ardmore. Coming up in just about 30 minutes, Dawn's Big Three. Rumor has it, it's a banger. Get ready for that. Phil Almquist, today in music history. A Whopper, a Big Mac, a 20-piece, all the fast food, all the stories, news you can use with our Emmy Award-winning Dawn Stenson coming up right around 9:55. We'll get to the music, more of the cut sheet. But Rooney came up with a great idea. I'm out of great ideas. Rooney's late. He was trying to compensate for being late. He sounds like he's using Jake Tapper's microphone. So we've got all sorts of moving parts here. But controlled chaos is what we do from 6 to 10 a.m. So we have a great idea, courtesy of Rooney. who said, you know what, we should just put Sean Farish and Jimmy Kelly together and end the 6-month search for our afternoon drive host as our fearless brand manager is on a 2-week vacation.
Greg Stocker.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
How did he get 2 weeks?
Well, he's been here longer than Bernie's been in office, so you get like 6-8 weeks now.
That is
Stocker
true.
is the oligarchy.
He gets vacation like the Europeans do. It's unbelievable.
Takes 3 people to replace him.
Debatable. I think I could trim it down to like 1.5 people. I'd be great coming into a business and saying, all right, you can eliminate that position. That's dead weight right there. I'd be a great doger. I would. I'm gonna doge myself. Right now. I'm done. So
I don't think you can do that on air before 10 o'clock.
No, you're right. You're right. So Jimmy Kelly says he does a great Sean Hannity, a great Mark Levin, and a great Rush Limbaugh, which I've heard all 3. We've all heard them all. I think we all would agree. And we know Sean can do Trump. Sean, give me who would you say your other top 2 impressions are? Bernie?
I would have to roll with Bernie, and then I'm going to have to say Alex Jones probably, or Mike Francesa. But Alex Jones is more known.
Yes,
so
for this format.
We'll go with
Agreed.
Alex Jones.
Okay, so let's do a quick. We got about 10 minutes here, 12 minutes for this segment. Let's have a 3-round debate where Sean will be Trump and Jimmy will be Sean Hannity. Then we will have Bernie versus Mark Levin, and then Alex Jones versus the legendary king of the format, Rush Limbaugh.
I like it.
Let's see here. Let's think about a topic. Well, we're going to have Trump and Hannity, so they're going to be in agreement on basically everything. I'll let you guys handle it. Farish, you're going to lead off the conversation. When we get to round 2, Jimmy will lead off the conversation. But let's go. Round number 1, Donald Trump, Sean Hannity, 47. Take it away.
Well, I think we should talk about how we handled FIFA. You look at it, we handled it was rigged. And we should have beat Belgium.
Well, listen to me. You know what it is? And I would have to agree with you on this because FIFA was rigged, just like back in the day when Hillary sat there with her servers and her hammers and bleach bit.
It's crooked Hillary.
Yes, indeed. And nobody has paid the price for this. But if it were you and me who did this, we'd both be in jail. You know this as well. Donald Trump, the great Donald Trump, is with us, and don't forget Hannity, Fox News Channel. Don't forget to set your DVR. And this is just crazy.
Well, you do a lot of talking, and you like to cut me off all the time, and we don't want to do that. You're not supposed to do that, Sean. You're supposed to let the president talk. I have a lot to say.
But it just
excuse me. No,
it's just one of these things right now where I got to sit there and deal with all this because you know what the problem is. I mean, we have a great show. I mean, Newt Gingrich is here and has said this. You know what? But the problem is with everything going on right now and all the Hillary stuff, and I just don't get it. They should put me back here on from 3 to 6. I mean, it would be great. You would hear the best of Sean Hannity.
Different definitions are great. The ratings wouldn't be so great. I don't think so. I think you do a great job, but I don't think you'd be great.
Well, you know what it is? I mean, look, I think you're a great president. I don't care what happens. I mean, as long as we don't have crooked Hillary or no experienced Joe or Bill Clinton or any of these other Democrats and the swamp, the sewer, and, I think you're a great American.
All right, there it is. Round 1 in the books. Donald Trump and Sean Hannity here on July 7th, 2026. Jimmy Kelly.
It was more enjoyable than actual Fox News, if we're being honest about it.
Would you?
Just don't forget your DVR.
He's got Newt Gingrich coming up.
And Coulter on the program. We know how much. We have a great debate here. Dawn Stensland from Philadelphia is going to debate the great Ann Coulter on this show. It's going to be unbelievable. If you think a Whopper's coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see Dawn Stensland and Ann Coulter going at it.
Yeah, because she's Chardonnay and diet pills. So we'll see.
I was going to say, Ann Coulter's never been anywhere near a Whopper. She could use one.
She could use a tasty burger.
We could interpret that many ways.
Nobody has a bigger Whopper than I do, by the way. You know that? You want to get whopped, you call your favorite president if you want to get a Whopper, right? We'll give you a Whopper.
All right, round 2 of the Rooney idea. Impressions from 3 to 6 p.m. Afternoon drive on the legendary Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now I gotta go. Bernie. Let me check in here.
Oligarchy.
Okay, I'm ready.
Bernie's ready to go, but the honor is
calibrate.
Jimmy Kelly doing former evening host before he was replaced for the highly rated Jimmy Fallon. Let's get to Philadelphia's own, who couldn't draw a rating in Philadelphia, Mark Levin.
Well, first of all, I just want to say this. It's great to be back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT because, you people shouldn't have taken me off the air in the first place. But let me just say this about Bernie Sanders. What an idiot this guy is. He's a dope. He's a moron. He's talking about oligarchy. I got your oligarchy right here. That's right, I said it. Tell me something you don't already know.
No. We are fighting the oligarchy. You want to know an oligarch if it hit you in the face? I know all the oligarchs. We're fighting them. They have 5 houses. I only have 3. I can only have up to 4, and I will never pay my fair share. What the billionaires
That's right. You wouldn't, because you're an idiot. That's right. You're an idiot.
So that Americans can have health care. Health care is a right, not a privilege for people.
Well, let
in
me
our
tell you
country,
something right
and
now.
our
Let me tell you.
system
Just
is
shut
broken.
up. Just shut up, you idiot. Nobody asked you anything right now. You're going to
Don't
sit
ask
there
me
and
a
preach
question,
to everybody
and
right
I
now
answer
about
it for
fair
you.
share. Yeah, why don't you get on your private plane and go somewhere? Yeah, you can't
I'm
sit
the
and coach with the
crustiest
rest of us.
communist in the history of communists, and we will prevail on our private jet.
That's right. Yeah, ride on a private jet right now. Why don't you go to the Taylor Swift wedding too, you idiot?
$25,000 an hour.
Thank you for having me on. That's probably the best ratings we've ever got.
Let's go to the referee, Matt Rooney. How do you score that round?
I mean, first of all, 10 out of 10 for me because I should be an Odyssey executive. That's clear.
Yeah, 100%.
After this, and I don't know, it's a draw between you guys. I mean, I will say this: I think that's your best impression, Jimmy Kelly.
It is.
Oh, thank you.
I do think that is more accurate than Hannity. Your Hannity's very good.
It's okay.
He has the Hannity like cadence
Yeah.
and the phrases. But if I wasn't wearing my glasses, I would have thought that was Levin.
No, not at all. I think it's a better Levin.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, like when I do a voice, it kind of hits me in a certain way. And when I was doing the Levin show, you're listening to this guy and he's screaming. I was like, okay, this guy's auditioning to take over for Rush. And then I started doing the voice. I started walking around going, that's right, I said it. You know what? You're an idiot. I mean, you're just a total idiot. It's kind of like how I started to imitate Merrill Reese like everybody else. You would just hear him just do ads. This particular portion of the Kayal Company, he doesn't have anything to say, is brought to you by Wawa.
All right, final round. We serve the volley.
Alex Jones now. I got to scrape the bottom of the barrel here.
That's right. Alex Jones against Rush Limbaugh.
So I don't watch enough Alex Jones, right?
Oh.
I don't know enough about Alex Jones. We got to get into.
Do you want to punt? Do you want to give the round to Jimmy and we'll move on?
Well,
No, come on, Sean,
I don't
you
know
got
enough
this.
I know Alex Jones. Well, you're not looking for a fight. You got to come to the right place. I don't watch enough Alex Jones. I just know that he's gritty and he has a southern accent.
Okay.
So he's very difficult. But I pull things out of my ass all the time. Come up with a different thing to say with our predictions that never come true. But the fluoride in the water turned the freaking frogs gay. This is insane.
There you go.
You kind of sound like
Free Roger Stone.
Either you're sounding like him or Alex Jones really sounds like him. He sounds like Graham Plattner. Do you notice that?
Does he? Yeah.
There's a little of that grovelly, southern, rough delivery. We might have to have a Graham Plattner, Alex Jones debate in real life.
The phrase you were looking for there, Nick, is mental illness. They both have
that
mental
too.
illness.
That too.
If you don't buy my
Yes.
supplements, the deep state's going to win and take over our country. We have to liberate our country from the Jewish special interest AIPAC. Benjamin Netanyahu.
My
World War
friends,
V.
are you hearing this? Stop the tape, by the way. My friends, do you hear this man? This man is completely insane. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I know it because I know everything because my name is Rush Limbaugh. Buy my book, I'm Right, You're Wrong, Deal With It. I was
You
born
got to
to
buy my
host.
supplements before you buy his book. My supplements are more valuable.
Well, my friend,
you
let
can't
me
eat a book. You can't use a book to improve your health. You can use your supplements to fight the deep state. There's a satanic cabal coming after you. The pedophiles are showing up on your doorstep. This is insane.
Rush, can you do me a favor? Can you say "I know everything" again very clearly?
Yes, I know everything.
I know everything.
Can you say it again?
I know everything.
I know everything.
One more time.
I know everything.
I know everything.
Did Stalker steal from Rush with the "I know everything"?
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have to launch a federal investigation. I'll be giving out
from me, by the way. I know everything.
I'll be giving
You
out
know, they call me
binders
human
very
Google.
shortly.
They call me human Google, right, DJT? They say we're creating a brand new AI. It's called Chat DJT, and it's the greatest. You know that?
DJT. All right, that's enough.
I've been sitting on that one for a while. I got to figure out how to implement that.
This portion of the Rush
Just imagine an
Limbaugh
AI that only responds to you as Donald Trump, like even in text form. It responds to you in like Truth Social posts. You're with like caps, you know.
Dawn would subscribe to that in a minute.
All right, let's get back to the cut sheet. That was great, by the way. Great idea by
fun.
Rooney. Great impressions by all. Very good
That
job.
Alex Jones one hurts.
Well, yeah.
It's like I have to eat sandpaper.
Yeah.
Some will actually hurt because when I started to imitate Jim Cramer from that Money Show,
Bad Money.
Yeah, it hurts because I had a toothache and I had a tooth pulled and I started saying real money. This is Jim Cramer. Remember me from Real Money.
Oh my God.
Gets every prediction wrong, just like Alex Jones, actually.
Yeah, inverse Kramer rule always applies. Whatever he suggests, do the opposite.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen?
Bitcoin's about to bottom.
Yeah.
If he says Bitcoin's about to bottom, sell.
Yeah. Yeah.
A syndicated show is coming to 12:10 afternoons. Bet on it. That it won't happen.
I'm going to bet against that.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Talent on loan from God, folks. Talent on loan from God, right here on Kayal and Company.
It's amazing. We only put the best together on this program. That's why the five of us are. How many people
What would
are
we
here?
do without
6?
Matt Rooney?
I know.
Imagine he wasn't here.
I know.
You know?
I mean, for Rooney, you realize how important you are that even Farish tweeted that you were going to be with us today, and he labeled you in the preview tweet the great Matt Rooney.
He is the great Matt
I noticed
Rooney.
that.
That's true.
I was wondering if that was a typo or how that happened.
No, that was on purpose. You
Was
know?
that funded?
me,
Was
you know?
that tweet funded by Israel?
Yes.
It was.
Always.
APAC.
All of them are.
That's what I figured.
$7,000 a post. Me and Rooney are splitting that one. So $3,500
Yes.
a pop. But that's only when the check comes in, and they haven't come in yet. You know,
Yes.
they're having a hard time. So we got to shake them down.
You know what, though?
Yes.
$1,000. That's coming in. Let's go to clip 11 on the cut sheet. Phil, let's get to the Trump accounts. Here was a breakdown, courtesy of CNN, on how the Trump accounts would work for your child all the way up through their 18th birthday.
Yeah, Dan, when the free money machine is open and they're giving out $1,000, I think a lot of people want to know, how do I get that? So if you have a child that was born in 2025 or beyond, then you can get this Trump account as long as you're a U.S. citizen and you have a valid Social Security number for your kid. And actually, if you apply for a Social Security number, you can now apply
there
for a
goes a lot
Trump
of
account
Democrats.
at the same time with the same form. So what are the rules? How do you get this?
the
Well, you
glasses.
can contribute $5,000
This guy doesn't have
a year,
kids.
tax-free, tax-deductible investments in a low-cost index fund. That's like the S&P 500. Remember, the S&P
It's like the
500
lesser
made
Harriet.
300%
This guy is definitely a... All right, just pause it real quick.
10
We got to break this down. Phil, can you just slide it back over as you have it right now? First of all,
Low energy.
low energy, can't
500 made
speak.
Extremely.
Suit doesn't fit. Look how long the sleeves on the
Harry
jacket
Anton.
are. Yeah, his shirt's all wrinkly. Where did they find this guy? Out of the newsroom? What is he, like the 7th associate producer for State of the Union on Sunday mornings? Oh my God. And by the way, zero chance this guy's ever had sex. Total virgin.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
None. Yeah,
Yes.
zero.
All right.
It's like Bill Gates'
yes.
nephew.
Right.
But he has a lot of incognito windows open on his phone.
It does.
Yes.
Okay.
Next best thing.
Hide that search history.
So let's roll the rest of this. Annual contributions up to $5,000 a year. Let's hear more of Harry Anton's lesser half.
100% over the past 10 years. That could be a really good investment. But, you know, even if you don't invest in it, it's a pretty good deal. And you can use it for things like college, obviously, because when you're 18, that's one of the places that you're going. But you may not. You might want to use it for your first home. You can even just keep it in your account and use it for retirement. If you use it for something that's not one of these, though, then you do get a 10% penalty, and you have to pay those taxes that I mentioned before. Now, if you do not contribute to this and you just keep $1,000, still with a 10% return, which is pretty conservative over the past 10 years, look at this. You can still walk away with $5,500 for college or something else like that. Now, that's not going to pay for college. If you do max out your contributions, you're talking about some really serious money, about $250,000 by the time your child is 18, assuming that 10% return. So the question is, how do I get this? Well, of course, it is IRS form 4547. Why do you think that might be, Dana? And it is the TrumpAccounts.gov.
He should have trolled and threw a 46 in there as well. I would have made it 45, 46, 47, but that's just me. No, on a serious note, though, this is a political winner for Trump, if you think about it. It is. You know, even if you don't put any, so it's kind of like a 529. You can also use it for a home and things like that. But even if you don't touch it and you just leave the $1,000 in there, okay, it's $5,400. That'll cover books and some stuff for, let's just say, maybe 4 years of college at a minimum. But, you know, if you have a household income of, I don't know, let's say $300,000, or what's the median household income for a husband and wife these days? I think it's around $230,000 is the median. And let's say you're able to put away the maximum each year, $5,000, and it grows on average at about 10%. I mean, $231,000. I mean, if you want to blow that on an Ivy League education at, you know, $70,000 a year, you could probably pay for most of it. These are the types of ideas that I like from Trump. And this is America first. This is economics. And this is giving people a good head start. More of this and less of the other stuff. These are winners.
The average median income for a household couple, 102, 103 grand.
Oh, where did I get 230?
Yeah.
What am I thinking about? 230. Well, I'm way off. My numbers are bad.
That was in your country club community, Nick.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
That's in Bluebell.
That must be what it is.
Bluebell.
All right, let's go back to
Oligarch.
impressions. Jimmy Kelly, take it away. I've got nothing.
Oligarchy.
But I mean, like my sister, she just had a baby boy on Saturday, July 4th. So you know, she's got the Trump account, and she does well. So she'll put
She had
more
a baby on July 4th?
at 11:54 p.m.
Well, that baby declared independence on the right day, right?
He did.
That baby said, "Get me out of here, sir. Get me
That's
out.
right.
I declare
That's
independence
right.
from the womb."
Yes.
That baby signed his own Declaration of Independence. I love it. That's a great thing. Independence,
right.
baby.
I think Uncle Nick should fund his Trump account. That's what I
agree.
think.
Uncle Nick.
Rooney, so you've
Yeah,
had
no,
some-
Uncle Nick.
just because you have a good idea, Rooney, doesn't mean you have to ruin the morning by throwing out a bad idea. That's a bad idea. That could get you
Sounds
banished.
pretty good for that baby boy.
Yeah, it does. It does. I don't know. I'll get him a Big Mac or a Zima when he's 21. We'll figure it out.
Whopper.
A Whopper.
So these
Zima.
these so-called Trump accounts officially, and we did it yesterday. We had it, at the top of the 10, big 3, Trump ringing the opening bell. Very excited about this. Scott Bessent there. Every $1,000 for every American child born between January 1st of 25 through December 31st of 2028.
Mm-hmm.
It's fully in your child's name. You are the sole custodian until they turn 18. Let it grow on its own, or you can add, or Uncle Nick or whoever can add up to $5,000 per year to maximize the growth.
Yep. There you go. Okay. Final one, July 4th. We've talked about a lot of the advancements in technology, artificial intelligence for sure. And we've had these conversations when they've popped up locally here in Philadelphia with Waymo. Well, Phil, clip 26 in San Francisco on July 4th. So this past Saturday, the Bay Area had Waymo gridlock after dozens choke streets, lose power, and one Waymo ran over lit fireworks. I'm not sure if this is this is a newscast. This is courtesy of NBC Bay Area, and this footage was captured by a citizen on their phone. Let's roll this.
It's yet another self-driving car mishap.
Dude, our Waymo just drove into a firework.
Rose Peterson and her fiancé were in a Waymo on July 4th in San Francisco when the robo-taxi drove right over illegal fireworks in the middle of the street.
It didn't even stop. It didn't brake. It didn't hesitate. It just literally went on like nothing happened.
Thankfully, the company says no one was hurt, but Rose says it left her questioning the car's safety.
We were just really upset and distraught and just thinking about what could have happened, not just to us, but the people around us.
Meanwhile, nearby,
check out all these Waymos.
Several Waymo cars got stuck in the traffic following the city's big fireworks show.
This is basically a Waymo traffic jam.
Dave Gungona took this video after getting trapped in the gridlock.
People were getting out of their cars and they were actually yelling and screaming at these Waymos.
He says he was there for 2 hours before Waymo employees arrived. Some cars seen here getting towed away. Waymo says extreme traffic congestion disrupted normal operations and that some of their cars ran out of charge while idling. It all comes after a string of questionable traffic incidents involving Waymos. One recently drove into floodwaters in Atlanta, and in LA last year, another appeared to drive right into an active police scene. And as for the incidents on July 4th, the company says a separate unoccupied Waymo drove over a firework and caught fire. The company says they're committed to evaluating and learning from these events. Tom?
All right, Rooney, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Multiple choice question. Your automobile is no longer operational for a short period of time. Your options are SEPTA. Let's say you're in Philadelphia. SEPTA, a a manned vehicle like Uber, Lyft, or a taxi, or Waymo. Which one are you taking?
I still think the robots are safest. 100%.
You're going Waymo over Uber and over SEPTA.
I have a self-driving Tesla, and it's still way safer for all of its flaws than most human beings. You could pay me to get on SEPTA. Nick won't, Sean won't go to Memphis. I won't get on SEPTA. I'll hang glide. I'll walk. I'll ride a bicycle.
I'll hang glide.
Not doing it.
Farish, public transportation, mass transit, Uber/Lyft, or Waymo.
Oh, I'm going Uber/Lyft. Give me a guy who drives the car. Even the Uber that took me up to Bluebell when I was up there for the Families Behind the Badge remote, who was stoned out of his mind and missed about 15 turns early on in the drive.
That's why you were an hour late.
I was on Rooney time getting up to Bluebell. It was insane.
I was wondering what I did with
Nick,
my
I'm
watch.
on my way. 30 minutes later, I said, Nick, I don't know how long it's going to take. This guy keeps missing turns, man, and he smells like Bob Marley, okay?
I'm like,
nice
Sean,
guy.
I go, Sean, let's get dinner, let's get beers, 6:30. He's like, cool, I'm in. I'll Uber. 7:45. I'm like, where the hell is this guy?
Where is
he?
He
missed every turn.
But important point here,
I got
Sean.
Rastafari. Hey, man, have you no empathy, man, driving the Uber up to the thing? Holy cow.
But Sean, maybe you like people more than I do. I'm a little misanthropic. That's one of the things I love about the self-driving. I don't have to interact with somebody that I don't want to interact with.
No, but it might drive over a firework, though. But in fairness, the stoned guy might have done that, too. So
I was going to say.
Rooney only wants to interact with people when he can charge you $3.50 an hour.
You bill him.
Oh, that's right.
I don't
if
blame
the clock's not running, what's the point?
Damn right. Hello, retainer fees. All right, that'll do it for the cut sheet today. Sean Farish, great stuff. Have a good show at the top of the hour, and we'll do it again tomorrow on Hump Day.
Sounds like a plan. See you tomorrow morning.
All right, brother. There he is, Sean Farish. Rooney, are you good to stay with us for Dawn's Big Three?
I feel like I owe it to you if you want me.
Yeah, and you didn't get here until what, 9:13? I think you do owe it to us, actually. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I'm obligated.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. You're contractually obligated to stick around. We'll come back. We'll get to Today in Music History from the 8 Share and then Dawn's Big Three. This is a big one.
It's a big one.
We've been told.
It's huge. Believe me.
It's massive. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
No.
Back after this.
Huge.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutorepair.com.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Finding your next home starts with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. Buyers and sellers gain access to exclusive savings, like a 20% cash reward. Enjoy lower rates and a variety of terms. Refinancing options are also available. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
That's right, iHeartRadio app, Odyssey app. If you use the Odyssey app, you can take advantage of the rewind feature. You join the show live. You say, oh, it's 9:26. I missed Fight Club. Let me rewind it. 8 minutes to 9:18 when we do Fight Club, even though we're supposed to do it at 9:10 because we're late. Always. You get the drift.
It's
Go
always,
back to get whatever content you want.
It's always ish around
Ish. Everything is ish.
Ish.
Phil Almquist on a Saturday night puts up 8-share-ish.
Never ish.
Well, sometimes it's like 8-2.
Well, it's like I'll give you that ish.
Maybe a 7-8 on an off
true,
week. You know, it's not everybody's perfect. We get it.
I'm pretty good though.
You are. And the big three never misses. Big three coming up in just a moment. Before all of that, we get to the music. And by the way, yesterday you had a Sammy Hagar shirt on.
I did. And actually, I've opened the last 2 weeks with Sammy Hagar. So if you want to mention about your story that you didn't get to, so go ahead.
I was just going to say, he was taking flack. There was an article in the USA Today about having to defend his attempt to perform at America's 250th.
Which is ridiculous.
Which is absolutely ridiculous. And he didn't understand it, and I don't understand it. But there you go.
There you go.
All right. What occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 7th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ringo Starr, who's now 86, as well as Perry Richardson from Stryper and Lifehouse. We also lost Syd Barrett from Pink Floyd in 2006, Singing Who Poisoned by Alice Cooper in 89, Detroit Rock City by Kiss in 76, and All You Need Is Love by the Beatles in 67. Advocate Images and Words by Dream Theater in 92, Eat 'Em and Smile by David Lee Roth in 86, Faster Pussycats debut in 87, and Grand Illusion by Styx in 77. Also in 89, CDs were outselling vinyl for the very first time. In 84, Prince would top the singles chart with When Doves Cry. In 80, Led Zeppelin played their last show with John Bonham. I didn't even put that. In 56, a riot broke out at a Fats Domino show. And on the same day, Johnny Cash made his first appearance at the Grand Ole Opry. But lastly, on this day in 2018, The Cure celebrated their 40th anniversary with a show at Hyde Park. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
What year was it that CDs outperformed vinyl? 89? Wow.
89, yep.
What year did cassettes overtake vinyl?
I don't know if they...
Early 80s, or did they ever?
I don't know if they ever did.
Wow, okay. I never would have thought 89 for CDs. I would have thought a little bit later than that. But that's why we defer to you on the music. And of course, we defer to Dawn on the news, and that's why it's time for her Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
And your Big Three today, sponsored. We got a big sponsor for the Big Three, sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union on this Tuesday, July the 7th. 79 degrees today and cloudy. All right, let's get to it. Number one, as we talk about Trump, not talking Turkey, he's in Turkey. It's about 5 p.m. in Turkey, Ankara time. So here's President Trump. He met, obviously, with Erdogan. It's the big NATO summit. So what's happening here as he arrives officially at the presidential palace in Ankara, Turkey? If you take a look at his arrival, and there he was with President Erdogan proceeding toward the presidential palace in Ankara with the inspection of the honor guard. A lot of pomp and circumstance. Fighter jets fly overhead, welcoming POTUS.
Never gets old hearing that song.
Turkey celebrates it more than Democrats do.
Sad but true.
Got me kind of hungry now. Go for a turkey myself.
So President Trump then, of course, held a little news conference there. First, let's hear as President Trump talks about explaining, first of all, his chemistry, his long time, I'll say in quotes, friendship with Turkey's President Erdogan. Here he is.
Sell F-35s to Turkey, and what about the legal restrictions?
Well, it's a decision we're going to make. We have a very good
F-35'lerle ilgili olarak Türkiye nezdinde bir karar verdiniz mi? Ve bu almamız gereken bir karar.
Quiet, Piggy.
Right here thinks, why wouldn't we do that? We have a better relationship with Turkey, and Turkey's been in many ways much more loyal than other countries that we think would be loyal. So, it's something certainly we would consider. It's a great plane. It's currently the best plane by far. And it's certainly something we will consider, yeah.
And so think about it. He's being asked about the sale because you're talking NATO, you're talking defense spending. And so NATO allies expected to discuss and talk about Trump's demands that members increase, by the way, their defense spending, the organization's support for Ukraine, which obviously is not a NATO member, but it's sort of like being a junior member. They call Ukraine, I believe, an interested partner, but it's like a junior partner. I don't know if it's the Bluebell Country Club.
Yeah, you're right. The junior membership, Dawn. Yeah, it's a social membership. It's not full privilege membership like I have.
The full, like biggity big member.
There you go, Dawn.
Yeah. You're like the junior.
Yeah. Again, America always contributing more than we have to as other nations take advantage of things.
Yeah. So
just don't try that if you're dating all you single people. Don't say, well, let's not put labels on it. You're just an interested partner. I don't think it's going to end well for you.
Like friends with benefits.
Yes.
Yes. That's what it is in the geopolitical context. Exactly.
You're absolutely right. Well said.
So when we think about it, he's beginning the trip with the meeting, but like I say, it's 5:00 in the evening there. So they'll go on with dinner. Some of the hot topics as we think about this, NATO members increasing their defense spending, that has been a huge issue. The organization's support for Ukraine against Russia, and then the U.S. war with Iran, which obviously borders Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
And so then we also have Italy and that little rift. And I know that President Trump had, I don't know, he for whatever reason, he and Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, they were good buds. And then he's triggering her. And so we have all of that drama going on. And then the drone wave as well, with Ukraine launching more than 400 drones at the Moscow region overnight. And so we have all of that drama. So let's hear from Trump as we move forward. Here's what President Trump was saying. It's a long news conference, so we'll try to get to some of the highlights, but saying that NATO allies failed him because he's not letting this go. President Trump not letting this go. You failed me, NATO allies.
Are further troop drawdowns in Europe likely? And are you satisfied with the progress that NATO allies have made?
Well, we're going to see. I was very disappointed with NATO. And frankly, if it weren't held in Turkey, where my friend happens to be a very strong leader, a very strong person, it's possible that I wouldn't have attended. I felt I had to attend because of the fact that, I know he's gone all out. It was a big thing to have NATO come to Turkey or any place else. It's a big thing. But we weren't treated well because we did something in Iran. We don't need anybody's help. I didn't even want their help. Before I asked, they said they wouldn't be there. And we've invested trillions of dollars in NATO. Why? To protect European countries and others, Canada, etc., but to protect people, countries from, generally speaking, it used to be the Soviet Union, now it's Russia. And I say that's fine, but you would think that they'd be very willing to do something to help us, and they really weren't. In the case of the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister, I guess he's no longer there, maybe because of this. It was a very unpopular thing he did. He said, no, we'll help after the war is over. I said, I don't need that kind of help.
No, well, remember back in the spring, it was Germany, France, Spain, and I believe the UK that declined to jump aboard prior to the commencement of the memorandum of understanding.
He's pissed off. And what he's saying is, I didn't need your help. I expected, though, that you would offer.
Okay.
So I think he is personally insulted and saying, hey, the USA has picked up the tab.
Sure.
And you guys failed the American people.
Well, I mean, this was also America's decision to start a war, and a war that's unpopular. So I can't sit here and throw stones at the UK, Spain, France, and Germany when 80% of Americans are like, this war, I'm not feeling it.
But remember what he said, and he said this early on, privately, everybody in NATO loved, allegedly, according to Trump, he said that privately all these NATO members told him, oh, this is awesome. Iran has been a thorn in our side. They are the source of terror in the world. Good for you. And so I think he was saying they're speaking out of both sides of their mouths.
Yeah, maybe.
They're wimps.
As they usually do.
Well, I don't want the French
we just got done. We just got done watching that firework display in D.C. and there was that beautiful image of maybe half a dozen World War II veterans sitting there in their wheelchairs on the World War II memorial, looking at the fireworks.
How great of a picture was that?
Yeah.
We saved Europe twice. We rebuilt Europe. We won the Cold War for them. Yeah, we are entitled to a little bit of deference. Mm-hmm. We're not asking them to shelve their values, but then again, what are European values, Dawn and Nick, in 2026? And they're kind of in a post-cultural age.
My bigger gripe would be specifically with Turkey as a bordering nation that says, we agree with you, we are against Iran. I wouldn't be so mad about Germany, France, and the UK. I'd be pissed at all the Middle Eastern nations that should be handling this themselves. That's the way I look at it. They're your problem. We
didn't need any help at all. And in a way, I was testing people. I was testing to see whether or not they'd be there, because I've long said that we helped them, but I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. And Italy turned us down, and Germany turned us down, and France turned us down. And it's okay. But why are we spending hundreds of billions of dollars and they're not there for us?
Yeah,
get out of NATO then.
Well,
you can't complain about a problem and have the solution to the problem and then keep complaining about it and then say, I don't need you. Well, which one is it?
Well, with Trump, I don't know how you guys feel, but he is always, it's the art of the deal. He is always negotiating. So he wants more money. He's saying we give way, way too much money to NATO. You guys got to
I agree. I agree with that. Oh, yeah.
It's all about the money.
And again, to be brutally pragmatic about it, if we were spending all of this money and they could be counted on to help us, then maybe it would be a worthwhile investment. So they're not. So for this to continue to be a good relationship, they either need to start kicking in or what are we doing here?
Right.
We might as well bring our men and women home.
Yeah, if you're on the wrong end of a business deal and you're paying way too much and not getting enough in return, why would you continue doing business with them? You don't need to. You don't have to 100%. Have an art of the deal book to realize. Abby Phillip could realize that on CNN, and she knows nothing about economics. If you're in a bad deal, get out of the deal.
I don't think he wants to get out of NATO. To be fair,
he
wants. It's just that since World War II, right? We put out all of this money to help rebuild Europe, and we have done this. That's what you realize. We pay for everything.
Yeah.
We really do.
I know, it's ridiculous.
And I think we're all sick and tired of it.
Amen.
And Trump is sick and tired of it. Yep. And I think so he's here saying, look, Erdogan, in the past, he was, if you will, he was vilified, but he's the bridge to the middle. He's critical. And Trump realizes that too. And so that's a message. It's a message to China. It's a message to Iran, right? To message to everybody. But as well, I think what Trump is saying, and that's why he wants to sell our goods, our F-35s, which may horrify some. But I think he's saying that's money coming in. Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, he did thank Dan Borowski. If you look, I found this because I do want to add some levity here. There is, I think, an hysterical Turkey put out their sort of tourism video, which is like, welcome to Ankara. And it's a hoot. So if you see that, Dan, I put it at the top of my sheet there. But I think it's hysterical that they're trying to promote like, hey, tourism in Turkey, conservative tours. Maybe we'll be going there with Ken Chase. I don't know. I thought it was a hoot. So we will add some levity. But
is Turkey a relatively safe country to travel to as a foreigner right now?
Sure. That's the ticket. I don't know. Let's check out the State Department.
It's a lot safer than certain neighborhoods in Europe.
Probably safer than West Philadelphia.
But let's check out, speaking of the economy, he talks about next, I think he's talking right about the economy, tariffs, and a Toyota factory.
Very much into politics then, too. But I spent the first 4 years. I spent 4 years in a little different state. And then we've had an amazing, probably the best year maybe ever had by an American president. When you look at the economy, we have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have $19 trillion, $19.2 trillion to be exact, being invested in the United States. That's 7 or 8 times more than it's ever had. It's a world record, not just a U.S. record. And I just read where, in fact, coming over, I was in the car with those beautiful horses, those great riders, those great soldiers, and it came over the wires that Toyota is moving out of Mexico into the United States and building one of the biggest truck and car plants ever built. It's amazing. That's what tariffs do, if properly used. And so we've never had a more exceptional economy or potential economy. There's never been anything like it. Under the last administration, they did much less than $1 trillion of investment coming in. And we're at $19.2 trillion in actually the first 12 months, because that's where it's, really, so we're there a year and a half, so that number is now substantially higher. But 19.2 trillion, Scott, for a period of 12 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. So we have by far the greatest economy. We have more.
So he's referring to Scott Bessent. I want to jump ahead because I think the news here with Trump is he's talking about, and he has been consistent on this, stopping Ukraine war deaths and referring to the carnage. So I want to just cut to your cut 7.
She just wasn't there for us, and I wasn't happy about that. You can imagine, I wasn't happy about that.
Why do you think that? What conditions have changed? Did Putin seem
About with what?
Russia, Ukraine? Did Putin seem open to any concessions that he
Never
had?
changed. I just don't want him killing people. It doesn't affect the United States. When Biden was here, he gave them hundreds of billions of dollars worth of equipment. Now I sell the equipment for, fair price, the full price. And I sell it not to Ukraine, I sell it to the European Union. They pay us. But with me, it's not anything to do other than I'd like to save lives. You have 25, 35, 30. One time it hit 41,000 a month souls. They're dead. They leave their mother in Ukraine. They leave their mother and father in Russia, Ukraine. They wave goodbye. And a week later, they're dead.
This is chilling. And nobody talks about this in the news media. But go to clip 8 if you would. He talks, he describes, he continues on with Ukraine, the carnage. But then he goes on to talk about Greenland as well as Europe.
How violent it is. And I've seen the battlefields. They send me pictures. I actually want to say, don't send them to me. Pete, this man right here, sends me pictures. Pete Hegseth. And I said, Pete, you know what? Doesn't help to look. I've never seen anything like it. It's carnage. And it should stop.
Coming up next, this is important what he says. He ties Erdogan to...
Open to any concessions to end the war in your culture?
I get along very well with both, and we're going to get it settled. And President Erdogan's helping us get it settled, as he's helping with Iran.
Mispronouncing a name is a real power move.
With respect to what?
That's why I'll never say Kamala.
Well, that's what hurt my relationship with NATO, because Greenland doesn't help Denmark. Denmark doesn't spend money to really help Greenland, but it's an important part for the United States. And it's surrounded by China ships and Russian ships. And that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It was Greenland that, and it continues to be, That should be controlled by the United States, not by Denmark. And when they wouldn't go along with it, and with all the money we spend to help them with Russia, and we don't have to spend any money, we could remove all of our soldiers out of Europe. Because as you probably noticed, Europe's a very different place than it was 20 years ago. A lot different, much different. It's a much different, and they better be careful with immigration and energy.
Okay, so I know that I love this because it's raw news. It's real. It's just happening this morning. And what he's saying is so important. It affects all of us. But these are warnings that he's saying to Europe, you guys are a hot mess. We're paying for you guys and you got to get it together and you got to pay more if you want us to continue to subsidize you guys.
Right. If you want us to keep funding your atrocities, you better, I'm looking at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. 450,000 Russians have been killed, and Ukraine has between 125,000 and 150,000 deaths. The total casualty number, which I guess would include non-deaths, is surpassed 2 million. 2 million now. Yeah.
Wow. It's insane. And so I think, to me, this is a significant, right here, this is a significant meeting. And look at how he is, once again, it was in China. It's everywhere we show President Trump. He is the leader of the free world. Look at him on display. All those with Trump derangement syndrome in the media, et cetera, they won't show this or showcase it. But this is the truth. Everybody bows to him. That's just the truth in the world. And you know why? Because of us. We the people, we pay for all of them. That's the bottom line. And I think he's there to say enough of us.
Well, if they bow to him, then why is the war still going on?
Well, I think he's trying to...
you told me day one. Day one, Russia, Ukraine's over. 2 years into his presidency, it's still going on. Who's bowing to who? We're just making profit. If you want to say it's America first, I'm fine with that. If we're making money off selling weapons, that's cool. But, I mean, we're bowing... Xi and Putin and Zelensky are bowing to Trump? 18 months into a war that's been going on for 4 years in his presidency now?
Well,
really?
I think
bowing to him?
Yes, I think what Trump...
I totally disagree with that.
I think the world bows to him. He's clearly...
I don't think anybody bows to Trump, to be honest.
Well, I mean, they're all...
Is Iran bowing to him?
Maybe they're not bowing, but they're all kissing his butt. That's what I see. You don't see that?
I have my glasses are a little different.
I mean, they all want the money. They want our cash.
Sure. Yeah, of course they want our cash.
But I will say this.
Well, it takes a while to change attitudes and cultures, right? I mean, after years of presidents that the world knew they could treat as doormats, they finally have someone they have to take seriously. That's how would put it.
You think Trump's going to change the culture in the Middle East?
Well,
is Trump going to change the culture in the Middle East? I'm talking about the geopolitical culture, where everyone, to Dawn's point, kind of looks at, I don't put words in your mouth, Dawn, but they kind of look at the United States like a docile lion that is just an ATM. Occasionally,
Joe
the lion
Biden
will
was
bite.
the ultimate sugar daddy.
Yeah.
And
that's right.
Yep.
So what you just...
But also, ironically, I didn't mean to cut you off, but Donald Trump is one of the only people, despite his reputation for ferocity, who's actually showing some compassion here. Dawn just said 450,000 Ukrainian deaths. That's more men than we lost in World War II. Think about that for a second. If we were engaged in a conflict where we lost that many young men. So, I mean, sometimes your weakness is your strength. Donald Trump seems to be the only guy right now on the international stage that actually gives a damn that there's a meat grinder over there. Everyone with the Ukraine flags waving either in physical reality or over on social media is perfectly fine with these young people just continuing to be slaughtered. And it's sick. So he wants to find a way out of it. And it's ending up being a little bit tougher than everyone hoped. But it's because President Trump's heart's in the right place, and it takes a little while, again, to change this culture. We've ceded a lot of American authority. He's clawing it back for us.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that the guy wants peace, but you can't tell me Russia, Ukraine, or Iran is America first. Like, the Trump baby account's great. You know why that's great? Because it's about American people. Again, the interventionalist mind. Most Trump supporters short of the people that just bob their head along in agreement to everything he says, they don't want this. This is not MAGA. That's the whole point of the conversation. Focus on the domestic issues economically.
Well, I don't see, though, how you can say that ever having to do anything on the international stage is necessarily America last. I think, as we talk about with our buddy Mr. Stocker all the time, it's whether or not some kind of blind devotion to an ideology is driving you. The Bush administration actually thought, to your point, Nick, that they could go to the Middle East and they could turn these people into modern Western-style democratic citizens.
You can't.
Which was insane. That's not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a let the situation dictate. Sometimes he can use our superior firepower to go to a South American country and kidnap their president. Sometimes he drops a bunch of bombs. Sometimes, unfortunately, you have to put boots on the ground. That's America first. What is our interest? And like water, what is the most direct path to get there? And if you want to debate the fact that sometimes you don't think he strikes the balance correct, okay, great. That's a fair point.
I think he strikes the balance perfectly. I think he's incredibly patient. He's willing to go 15, 16 rounds to get a deal done. And then ultimately he will act. And I don't disagree with him getting Maduro or dropping a bomb on some terrorist's head. I'm all for that. I'm just not for sustained globalist intervention, because that is not what Make America Great Again is about. That makes the military industrial complex great. That lines the pockets of Halliburton and weapons companies. That lines the pockets of bought and paid for politicians. That lines the pockets of other nations. That, you know what also that doesn't line the pocket of? Americans. Well, in fact, it costs us more, which is why we're paying more for gas.
Well, we're paying less now, right? It's now $3.80. But also what he's saying is, so he inherited Russia, Ukraine. We know that when he got in there, that's what he was just explaining, that he immediately said, no, we're going to rip this up. We're not just going to be a sugar daddy and give you all this money. You got to pay for, so we're giving loans, or we're giving not cash, but giving at least, defense. We're producing products that they're now buying. That's what's going on. And so I think he immediately switched that from the way it was. Because Biden, remember, was just, under the Biden administration, we were just giving cash and it was unaccounted for, reportedly, if you believe all the reports. So I do think he inherited something. He didn't create Russia, Ukraine.
No, I never said he did. No, I just said he was going to end it, and he hasn't. Those are facts. I'm sorry if that bothers you.
It doesn't bother me.
Oh, he's the ultimate deal maker.
No.
18 months in, no deal. In fact, we've started a war under his watch.
Name anybody who inherited a conflict like Russia, Ukraine, who ended it in 18 months.
Oh.
I mean,
okay.
And I will say that with Iran, the fact that he very quickly said it's done, it's over with. It's by the 13th.
He got
14th,
bored. He got bored with it.
No, he didn't get bored with it.
He got bored with it.
That's not true, Nick.
He got bored.
He obviously
the only people that support this war.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Dawn, you asked me to stay around. If you want, I can leave.
Stop.
I'll go if you want.
The only baby.
The only people that support this war.
I'm trying to think what Stocker would do in this scenario. Since I guess I'm Greg here.
He wouldn't say anything because he agrees with me. He would interject if he disagreed with me to play devil's advocate or whatever. The only people that agree with this war are lifelong warmongering Bush Republicans that are now Trump supporters. The first time, second time, or third time Trump voters that never voted for a Bush in their life are not on board with this war. That is a fact. Every piece of polling information out there confirms that. So you're in the minority on it. So you can Trump's
I
playing
don't care.
That's fine.
I'm not
just
here
telling you it's
to
a losing
be the
issue.
homecoming queen.
It's a losing issue. It's a losing issue.
So should he not? What are you saying? What is your point?
The war with Iran was a self-inflicted wound.
Okay.
And you, on Russia, Ukraine. Now I'm just reacting to what Trump says. Trump says, I was going to end it on day one. Of course, I don't expect him to end it on day one. But a year and a half in, now it's, we're making money off of weaponry. Okay, cool. Great.
Because he's mitigating something that he inherited, number one. Number two, he's here and he's using his friendship with Erdogan as with others, and we're gleaning information from him as to how he's doing this. But he clearly works every day to end what
That's fine.
started under Joe Biden.
You're on board with it. I'm opposed to it. We've done the show 500 times. It's like we're going around in circles on this topic. I'm exhausted by the war.
I think that he is warning Europe and putting them on notice to say all of your drama. I think he's exhausted by it. I think that he's exhausted by the price tag. And I think he's saying all of you, we need to get this done. And I also think he's complimentary to Erdogan because he's saying, here's somebody who can help me end this conflict. And so I think he sees that pathway.
Your nose is broke. How's it look? That's an improvement.
So
no, this is much more Ivan Drago versus Rocky. This is more of a Rocky IV fight.
Let's have some fun.
As a Rocky expert.
Let's go to the welcome video. This is hysterical.
Hi. Welcome to Ankara, the heart of Turkey.
Where history, culture, diplomacy, and a strong defense industry meet.
Located at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, regulating navigation through the Turkish Straits from the Mediterranean to the Black Sea. Turkey occupies a unique position in global security, trade, and connectivity.
Ankara, once home to many ancient Anatolian civilizations, now hosts impressive museums, prestigious universities, as well as the mausoleum of Atatürk, the founder.
The plane. I don't know. I got a kick out of this. This was their tourism video. Ankara.
This would be a good time to announce that I'm finally doing my own 1210 WPHT listener cruise. We're going to Ankara, taking all the Matt Rooney Show listeners to Turkey.
Take the YouTube chat with you. Leave them there.
It's going to be what? Oh, they're giving you some hate
because he's being a dick.
Yeah, the 12% of people, the 12% of the people that approve of the war, they all live in the YouTube chat. That's fine. You live in your little bubble.
I know, but
alternate universe.
It's a show.
Yeah, I get it. It's a show. We've done the topic.
He's
I
low
disagree.
Blood sugar.
No, I'm not low blood sugar.
Low blood sugar.
I've got my blueberries right here.
He's low blood sugar.
And if I'm being a dick, I apologize. But I've said my piece on this stupid war, and we disagree. That's fine. I don't think we need to run a rerun of the same debate.
Well, you're passionate. You're passionate, and I'm not trying to be conciliatory here because, candidly, I'm a lawyer, so I don't make money off of being conciliatory.
Exactly.
However, I will say, can we agree that it is nice that we finally have a president who, even if you believe it was a mistake, is at least trying to do the right things to protect us? And I do think it's ironic, Dawn.
No, we can't agree about Europe. We can't agree on that. No, we can't. We cannot agree on that because I don't believe Iran.
We cannot agree on that.
Iran was not a threat to the homeland of the United States of America. I don't believe that.
I'm trying to save you from getting a beat down from Dawn here, Nick, and you're not helping me.
I think if people disagree with me, I'm not bothered by that.
Yeah.
I've said my piece on this.
I mean, look.
Nick is wrong. I'm right.
That's fine.
That's the bottom line.
That's fine.
It will come out. I mean, I don't think that President Trump ever wanted to do that with Iran. And so I simply choose to believe and give him the benefit of the doubt that he was convinced.
By who?
He was convinced.
The Lindsey Grahams of the world?
No.
Like I said, I think there was a lot of war hawks in his ear.
Intel that and maybe that'll come out.
J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard, they seem to disagree.
He was convinced that in fact they were being nasty and they were moving toward a nuclear weapon, and he wanted to wipe that out.
I think he wanted to wipe out the Ayatollah like George Bush wanted to wipe out Saddam.
I don't.
But based on what?
Based on a history, and by the way, actually a more justified and validated history, because the Ayatollah and the Iranian nation have had a hit on Trump and his family for years. So I don't begrudge him for wanting to kill somebody before they kill him. So in that regard, I think he's more justified than both Bushes were with Iraq and Desert Storm. But then just tell me that. Like, stop with the 2 weeks away. I've been hearing that from Benjamin Netanyahu for 30 years. 30 years of 2 weeks away. It's amazing how we keep seemingly avoid those 2 weeks for 3 straight decades. We must be the luckiest country on the planet. Come on, guys. You guys are smart people. Use your brains here.
Yes, I am smart, and I've been doing news for a long time, and
you've lived through it.
And I don't think that Donald Trump ever wanted to get into Iran, and I think that's why he made a deadline for himself. Get this done June 12th. I consistently said that.
And what makes it more infuriating?
Because he was never incentivized.
What makes it more infuriating for me?
He was convinced that they really were working toward a nuclear weapon.
He threw in the first term, it was COVID that threw a monkey wrench in his great economy. In the second term, I believe he self-destructed his own economy because of the Iran war.
He didn't self-destruct.
He defeated every expert's prediction in the first year.
The economy is fine. Well, gas prices are going. It'll be fine.
The American people would disagree with you on that.
The economy's fine.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
for all of us that make good money.
Because the American people are still dealing with the hyperinflation of the past few years. It's gotten significantly better with President Trump. And you know what? They have every right to be impatient. So if you want to hang anything on the current administration, the messaging could have been better, right? As to what we were trying to accomplish, because it's clear we were trying to accomplish. Because one thing we can't deny, whether you want to perseverate on the 2 weeks or not, they have been working on a nuclear weapon forever. So eventually they're going to get one. And it's a point that needs to be made again. If Iran has a nuclear weapon and wakes up on the wrong side of the bed and tries to close the Strait of Hormuz, then we're really all screwed. Then you're paying $9 a gallon for gasoline and you're looking at a Great Depression. So in 10 years, when we're having this conversation and we're focusing on the next thing and they still don't have a bomb, we can all say, wow, I'm glad that President Trump did something that maybe at the time ended up being unpopular, but it was the right thing to do because he looks at the situation, he decides what he thinks is best, the most narrowly tailored way to get there, and then he gets on to the next thing. And it's revolutionized. I mean, look at the Western Hemisphere. I mean, can we focus on that for a second?
That's my whole point.
Who has done more to liberate the West? Well, right. So we're looking at the one thing that maybe you would have done a little bit different.
It's kind of a big one thing,
which is fine to criticize.
Matt, it's kind of a one big thing. It wasn't like fighting junk fees. Starting a war with Iran's kind of a big deal.
So how is the country weaker? How's the country weaker?
We're not weaker today. We're going to be fine. And everything you've said shows me more. Why would somebody like Trump, who was so critical of Iraq, you keep comparing it to Bush Iraq.
It's what it is.
Because, no, it's not.
Exactly
it's not the same. It's not.
Okay.
So I'm right. I will be proven right. History will show that Trump felt that he must do this, although he didn't want to.
So what happens when we get to like day 57 of the MOU and Iran decides to pull a fast one and maybe close the Strait of Hormuz or launch a bunch of missiles? Because, they have a calendar too. And they know, and they can see TV and they can see polls that show this is not popular. And they extend this or reignite things into September, into October. And then it sabotages Republicans in the midterms. So
here's what the American people can do. They can vote for Republicans in the midterms. They can elect a Republican president in 2028. Because the point I've repeatedly made throughout all of this, whether or not these deals work is entirely dependent upon who's in charge. If you have an adult like Donald Trump, if you have a Congress that at least most of the time backs him up, then Iran and the rest of the world will eventually have to come to heel and accept this new world order that Dawn is talking about, where we are reasserting America as the leader of the free world. If you elect wimps, if we end up with President AOC, if we have a Congress that's full of commies, we're screwed.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Don't worry.
So it's up to the American people at some point.
AOC's got no chance. She can't win a swing
talking about the yen, not the American dollar.
There's not a single battleground state.
We've got a defense witness for the blind sheik heading to Congress in New Jersey. I don't think we can accept that anything is beyond the pale.
Yeah, true. I have a guest coming up.
We're in trouble.
So I gotta scoot because I have a guest. I have two guests coming up, so I gotta move. We are sponsored. Thanks, guys. We're sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union.